the wrong screen. There we go. I knew I was gonna do that. Hi. Hello. Oh. This stream is weird. To be honest, I don't know why I came up with this idea for a Donuts-on incentive. Let me turn the music just a little bit. I think my brain was just like, what if I take two hyperfixations and shove them together and don't think about the consequences? And now we must face those consequences. Oh boy. Alright, so what this stream and what likely future streams of this, because there's no way we're gonna group every single fucking song in one day. What this stream and future streams of this are gonna be is essentially we're gonna go through the Just Dance franchise, and I'm going to improvise what a stand concept around the song name would be. I have some rules and some clarifications before we get started proper. So, I don't know. I didn't write these down. I should have written these down. If I forget one, I'll just mention it when it's like applicable. But the main ones that come to mind is like the reason there is an asterisk in the title. We are not doing literally every song in the Just Dance franchise. What we are going to do is the games that are part of the default track list in each individual title, plus DLC and unlimited exclusives. And I guess Just Dance Plus for the newer titles. So it's every song that's in the actual games themselves, every songs that you can add, and every song that you can add on to those games. Which means spin-offs are not counted. We are not doing anything from Just Dance Disney Party. We're not doing anything from Just Dance Kids. We're not doing anything from fucking Yokai Watch Just Dance, which is a real thing that exists. We're not touching it. Because otherwise, I'll be here for the rest of my life and also have to learn what a Yokai Watch is. I mean, I'd be down to play a yokai game, but I don't want my first exposure to Yokai Watch being having to figure out a stand, like, ability for a song that I have no context for. The Disney ones would be funny stands. There are Disney songs in here. They did have Disney songs in the main lineup. There's songs from Aladdin, there's songs from Mulan, there's songs from Moana, Frozen, Frozen 2, Encanto, Coco, I think, isn't there? Is Walk the Dinosaur a song in Just Dance? I believe it is not. I may be corrected. I may have missed it in like a DLC from a game that I played after the DLC went defunct, so who knows? But I'm pretty sure it's not. But there are a lot of songs in Just Dance, so we will cover definitely a good variety. The other rules I want to say just up front, for songs with a parenthesis, there are many songs with a parenthesis in the title. Like maybe it's a subtitle, maybe it's part of the title. Like I am either when the parentheses are in play, I'm either going to go with what is not in the parenthesis or what is in the parenthesis, just for ease of like playing around in the space. If I had to take into account both parts of the title, for a lot of these titles, it would just overcomplicate things. So it's either going to be one or the other, unless it's basically required to have both to make a coherent, like, anything. Because some of them do have, like, parentheses in the title, and it's, like, finishing the thought. So, like, that I would include. But, I am allowing myself to omit parts of the title if it's in parenthesis, if necessary. Or vice versa, keep only the parenthesis and omit the stuff that's not. Those are the main things I can think of off the top of my head. Though, like I said, if I've forgotten anything, because I'm pretty sure I have forgotten something, I'll explain it when we get there, if it's applicable, or if somebody asks, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that I had a case for this. So with all that preamble out of the way, oh, and I should hop into call because discussion of these. I feel like this is. I can do this stream on my own. That being said, I invite discussion or like we could basically turn this into a pitch meeting for different stand ideas. But yeah, I'm also gonna go in the order of how they're listed in the individual games. So this isn't alphabetical order unless the game lists it in alphabetical order. And I'm going to try to have fitting background music, which means for Just Dance 1, we're just going to be listening to this loop for like until I get through them all. Oh boy. Oh boy. I made decisions when making this Donathon incentive. Oh, that was the other thing. Okay. Yeah, I remember the other 2 rules now. 1. Well, I guess 3 at this point. If a stand is similar to an actual stand in Jojo, that's fair game. I can try to think of something unique if I would if somebody reminds me and I would like to think of something unique. But if the song title just doesn't give us good options to give us something unique, then being derivative of an actual stand is fine. There's so many of the fucking things. I'm gonna hit some overlap here or there, especially with the limitations set by titles. And 4, I will skip stands that already exist. Like Another One Bites the Dust is a Just Dance song, but that's already a stand. So I'm not going to think of an alternative stand for that. So that is another reason why the asterisk is that we don't have to think of ones for the ones that exist because we know what they are. They're in the story. Just read or watch the parts and you'll see it. All right, that was everything. And we're already starting on a tricky one. I don't know what to do with this one. Girls just want to have fun. Trying to think of something related to fun that could be a stand. See, I'm gonna also have to think about like the lyrics of the songs too. An Aerosmith song? No. Okay, so band names are like if there is a band name in the show or in the series, since it's a show and a manga and everything else, if it's a band name, that doesn't matter. If it's a song name, that's when I can skip. So like Aerosmith, yeah, that's that. I'm trying to remember. Is Neurontia's stand just called Aerosmith? Basically, yeah. It's only the song title that matters. Is there any stand that force femmes people? No, that would be an interesting note to start on. I like that idea. I like this idea. I think I'm gonna yoink that. Girls just want to have fun as the force femming stand. God, this is how we're starting. Jesus Christ. But there's another song that later that might be good for that too. Nah, I'll stick with that. Like, I can have derivative stands of my own as well. Just because there are so many songs in the Just Dance series, and I can't be asked to remember every stand that I've come up with. I'm gonna try to make them all unique, but there are hundreds of songs. That is not going to happen. So yeah, girls just want to have fun as the force femming stand. You will become girl. Estrogen. directly into the veins. All right. So next one. Oh, and of course, there's no. The only visual aid is going to be the actual like art of the icon from the game. But like, if a stand idea like really resonates with you and you have the artistic skill to show it off, feel free. I am not asking for art of these stands, but if there is one that like is like, oh, that would be fun or funny to make art of, I am fine with that. Okay. Next song is Ring My Bell. Where the hell is that? Oh, some of these don't have yeah, some of these don't have they all don't have thumbnails, which is annoying. Hold on. I gotta find it. Oh no, I'd labeled it. Oh, by the way, the WebPs actually work, so I didn't need to change these to PNGs. Ring My Bell feels like it should be a sound-related stand. It's up to you, it is up to you if you want to treat these like prompts. Yeah, essentially. Also, I'm like much like I said with the call, I'm open to ideas from the chat. I'll try not to steal too many from chat, since this is supposed to be me coming up with ideas, but you could like pitch ideas. And I could just be like, yeah, that's the one that resonates with me, or I can take this in this direction. This is a communal effort. I am just the manager. Well, then, no, rather, this... I am open to suggestions. This is not a communal effort. I am the one who has to do the improvisation, but I am open to suggestion. There we go. Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. Just like a stand that's a bell, and if you ring it, it's like basically just emits shock waves to stun the opponent stand user. And I figure you can either get like physical sound waves that like knock them over, or just like sound waves that are just at a certain frequency that just like, you know, like the whole like covering their ears, like my ears, that bell's so loud. That one's pretty straightforward. Got an easy one after getting tossed. Girls just want to have fun. I think this next one's going to be a relatively easy one, too. Although I feel like it was one that, like, already exists. I should change the icon first, and then the, I don't know which... Oh, well, I know how I can figure out which one is which. Sort by date. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so, less conversation. JXL Radio Edit Remix. This is what I was talking about omitting parts of the title that are in parentheses. We are only going to focus on a little less conversation. And I feel like that one is pretty... this one is another one that seems pretty self-explanatory for a stand power. A little less conversation, you just literally can't speak. You cannot speak. You can make other noises, but you cannot speak. I would say, like, it's adjacent to, like, what was it, Talking Heads power? Except instead of making you lie, you just cannot speak. That was another easy one to just knock out. This one might be easy, but also might be gross. But I mean, that's Jojo. Jojo's gross. Because I know the first thing that came to my mind when looking at this song title, because it's Cotton Eye Joe, and I feel like the only thing I could think of is just a stand that fills your eyes with cotton. like that's just that. What else am I supposed to take from this title? Like stand names aren't always literal, but like I feel like this one is pretty. If you had to make a stand named Cotton Eye Joe, the main power would be filling your eyes with cotton, so you cannot see. Oh, we're actually getting that first one was hard, but we're actually getting like a lot of easy ones back to back. Because this next one's probably gonna be easy too. Relatively easy. I mean, I don't know the benefit of a power set that could come with this next one, but like, it's another title that's pretty self-explanatory. It's Surfing Bird. What I would figure is, I guess it's just a bird that you can also use as a surfboard. Like, surf on anything is also a decent option. But I would think that, like, given similar stands with, like, similar naming schemes, like, I feel like Surfing Bird would be very literal. Like how Beach Boy is, like, just a fucking fishing rod. Surfing Bird would just be, like, a combination, a bird that can just shapeshift into a surfboard, which no one would ever need. No one would ever need that, but we don't need to make stands that people need. There's some really stupid-ass stands out there. Who needs something like Cheap Trick? Or fucking Survivor, where it hurts the stand user. Water version of a phoenix, that's also pretty good. I could also see Surfing Bird as kind of like a water equivalent of, oh, fuck. Why am I blinking on Abdal Stand? Is it just Magician Red? Yeah, because, Kakyoin's is Hierophant Green. So I could just see it as, like, a bird that shoots water. Salt water, specifically. I actually like that idea better. I like that idea better. Just, like... Magician Blue. It's like Pokemon. Just get a water bird. Water bird. Imagine it's just like a little rubber ducky, but it like just like turns massive. I like that. Just a big ass rubber ducky that like squirts water. I think that's my final answer, is that Surfing Bird just lets you summon what is essentially just like a humanoid rubber duck. Just like a really buff rubber duck that squirts water. It's a Surfing Bird. It's a Surfing Bird. Ba 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 uma mau mau. All right, here and now we're getting back to a tricky one. I think this could go. This could be something, but we have to work for it. 'Cause this one is Heart of Glass. What could that be? I mean, again, we could take it quite literal and make it so that your opponent's heart is glass. But that feels too, A, too broken, B, too simple. What about a stand that turns you to glass? That, I think, that sounds very Jojo. A stand that slowly turns you to glass and you have to, like, work with it. I like that. Wow, this was easier than I thought. The Heart of Glass. There isn't a stand that does that, right? I think there's stands that do similar things that, like, turn you into things. But, like, the idea of turning someone into glass is, like, really hardcore. You can look into the meaning of songs, too. That is true. That is something that I should really do. If I'm struggling on if we're all struggling on a song, we could look into the lyrics. Because that usually also comes into play. Like there's some wordplay about the lyrics. And that's how the stand abilities work, is it's something that makes sense if you read the lyrics. But yeah, I like Heart of Glass turns you to glass. Alright, now for an actually... You know, oh no, we might have to change our answer. We might have to change our answer, because this one makes more sense than the other one did. Oh, we might have to go back. Will I allow myself to go back? Or am I just gonna have to commit to the fact that this one would have been a much more fitting one for a stand ability that we've already given? Because this one is called... This one is called Womanizer. It's like, that should be the Force Femme one, right? Like, literally, like... I mean, the alternative is just making you like an asshole. So, like... I think I will retroactively change Girls Just Wanna Have Fun to be basically that you get easily distracted by games. I think Girls Just Wanna Have Fun will make you, like, want, like, a thrill seeker, but for games specifically. Like, if you're in, like, a casino, you gotta do all the slot machines, and if you're in an arcade, you gotta play, like, you gotta get the high scores, and, like, get all the tickets. Womanizer is the Force Femme stand. Girls Who Wanna Have Fun is just, I don't know, ADHD the stand. I've covered my bases. Another one about heart. How many songs are there about heart? Alright, this song's groove is in the heart. Where my brain goes immediately with this title is your heart can only beat at the BPM of a song. I like Makes You Dance Uncontrollably. There's better songs in this series to apply to that. I feel like I have to come with a loophole. Like spoilers, I guess, for a future song in the list. But Just Dance is right there, and there's not much else you could do with that. It's a Crypt of the Necrodancer stand? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. It's just that your heart beats to the BPM of music that you're listening to. What happens if you're not listening to music? Uh-oh. I don't know. Probably not good things. Probably not good things. Knowing Jojo. You probably have to find a way to consistently either make or listen music. That would probably be the way to fight against this stand, is that, like, if they play music, if they either make it so that you can't play music, or they have music that is too slow for you to catch up to them with, I think the way to fight it would be to make your own music. But I don't know how you'd make music that's a higher BPM than what you're going at, unless, like, you did some, like, shenanigans with, like, Rube Goldberg shit, or just had a computer in your standby to just, like, listen to. Hi-Fi Rush is also, yeah. Essentially, yeah, it's just Crypt of the Necrodancer or Hi-Fi Rush. You gotta do things to the BPM. I don't know about this next one. I said that about the last 5 songs. But it's so funny because I could just reveal what the song title is for those who don't know the series. This next one is called Jerk It Out. I don't like what my brain is thinking of for this one, because I think you all know what my brain is thinking of for this one. I'm immature. I have a single brain cell. Uh, it twists your limbs. I like that one better. I like that one better. I'm glad Kylie knew exactly where my brain was going. The worst part is that does feel very JoJo. Just a stand that's just like you will jerk off now. I hate that that's the option that I feel best with. Uh I can't think of anything else. I mean, okay. Just to prevent gutter thought, I think the better option for jerking it out, quote unquote better, because this is still pretty. This is going in a different direction of fucked up, but like I feel like the other alternative for jerk it out is just like dislocating limbs. You jerk it out of location. Punches whoever it punches becomes extremely horny. Jesus. I mean, stands can have a passive ability too. They don't have to beat you up for their ability to take place. The super best friends bit about a stand that forces you to poo. God. I'm glad that the super best friends have set the bar on how low it can go. I think I'm gonna stick with the dislocating limbs one. That feels very JoJo without making it too explicit in the first fucking game. We can wait until I hit, like, Just Dance 2018 for me to just start hitting that bottom of the barrel. Next up, we have... Would asexuals be affected? I guess not. I guess that's the way you fight that stand if I had stuck with that answer. Is that you just, like... You're ace. That would be such a power move, just like, my stand makes you horny. That's... Plot twist. I can never be horny. Alright, I like to move it. Radio mix. This is another one where we're ignoring the parentheses. I feel like this one, you just can't stay still. Like, literally, your body is unable to stay still. Even when you're fatigued. Even when you're fatigued, you have to keep moving. Your body will keep moving until it can move no longer. You will basically, like, it won't dance till you drop, because this doesn't have to be dance specific, because again, there is a better option for a dancing stand. There's probably a few different better options for dancing stands, but this stand will make you keep moving until you literally, yeah, you're constantly stimming. You cannot stop. You cannot stop moving. No matter if it's dangerous, no matter if it's awkward, you have to move. 100% one where the user can force the enemy to dance. It's King Julian's stand. I like the idea that it's King Julian's stand. Okay, I'm sticking with my answer of you have to keep moving, but I love the idea that the lemurs in Madagascar are being controlled by King Julian's stand. Just like, he just puts on, I like to move it, and they have to dance along. Just a power move right there. It would not be out of place for JoJo to have animal stand users, because there's like Iggy, there's, what was the orangutan's name was not Strength, right? That was the name of its stand. What was the name of it? I don't remember its name. I don't like to think about the orangutan. Orangutan. Pet shop as well. Forever, yeah. Turtle from part 5. Coco Jumbo. Coco Large. I still love Viva's description for Mr. President, where it's just ooh. All right. All right. This one's gonna be probably another easy one, and then we're gonna have another hard one after this. This one's a Just Dance classic right here. This one that everybody knows, hot and cold. I feel like this one's pretty self-explanatory. Temperature control. You can make things hot, you can make things cold. I'd like to think that the way to balance out this stand, because, like, temperature control is pretty powerful, is, like, the whole thing about this, the whole thing about the song, to finally pull a parallel from the song, is that you're switching from it, like, you're switching from things back and forth constantly. Like, you're hot, then you're cold, you're yes, then you know, you're in, then you're out, you're up, then you're down. That also is a potential, like, stand power, indecisiveness, or just, like, constantly swapping between two extremes. But I think temperature control just makes this easier. And there's that one character from My Hero Academia's quirk. Yeah, that's, Todoroki's quirk, I believe. Make things really hot, really cold. Yeah, I mean, Todoroki himself is a very good example of how having both, like, heat powers and cold powers can complement each other in interesting ways. I know we already have... This is I think, the first time I can think of where we have a partially derivative stand, because we do already have stands that can turn things hot and turn things cold. Like, you got the sun, and you got White Album. And there's probably another stand that makes you hot that I'm not thinking of other than the sun. But, like, this would give you more, like, accurate temperature control. But probably, I think that the other way to balance this, other than, like, having it constantly switch, like, be uncontrollable, is, like, you cannot hit the extremes of the sun or White Album. You cannot freeze things, and you cannot, like, melt things. Or at least you cannot, like, melt things to the level of the sun. You're, like, you have hot and cold within a range. Yeah. Sheer Heart Attack did not... The way Sheer Heart Attack worked is that it, like, it detected heat. It didn't control heat. Although, Echoes also controlled heat in a way, because you could have sizzle and you could have, like, I guess whatever noise freezing something makes. Whatever, however you spell that. I think that would be like a TSCHH. But yeah, I think temperature control, but within a certain range of hot and cold. Probably, like, no more than you could get out of, like, a refrigerator. Which is still pretty cold. And, I don't know, microwave oven. Both of those are, like, they're hot and they're cold. But they're not the sun or even a freezer. Frizz? Frizz makes sense, yeah. Alright, how in the fuck am I gonna make a stand out of this one? This next one. This next one is called mashed potato time. Like, what, do you just summon mashed potatoes? Is that it? Like, what else am I supposed to get out of this other than you just summon mashed potatoes? This is gonna be, like, the first one where it's just like, yeah, I don't care if you can use it in a fight. Like, hammer? I guess. I guess you could just, like, have, like, what is it called? Is it just called a masher? Yeah, you could just have, like, a masher. But then where are the potatoes? Yeah, I feel like you just, like, summon potatoes. And you could throw potatoes at your opponent. You just basically start a food fight. You have unlimited ammo for a food fight. Because it's always mashed potatoes, like, in cartoons and whatnot. It's always mashed potatoes Or some, like, unknowable gunk that starts a food fight. Or cake. Cake is also a common food fight starter in movies and shows. I feel like I like the summoning mashed potatoes. I like the idea of a masher, but, like, that would be so situational. Even more so than summoning mashed potatoes. At least if you summon mashed potatoes, you have, like, unlimited food to either eat or, I guess, use as a weapon. You could have, like, different textures of mashed potatoes. I don't know. I guess, alternatively, you just have, like, all the utensils you need for potatoes and can use them against people. So, like, not just mashed potato, like not just a masher, but, like, the song also mentions, like, peeling as well. It's just like, yeah, oh. Yeah, I guess you could, like, turn someone to mashed potatoes. It's very morbid, but, like, again, that's Jojo. I think I like summoning mashed potatoes because the idea of drowning your opponent in mashed potatoes is very funny to me. It's like, you'll never get out unless you have a quite large appetite. Goodbye, Jojo. Enjoy dinner. I guess you could also just make... that is an interesting idea. Is mashed potato constructs. Like, have a mashed potato monster. Yo, actually, I'm warming up to mashed potato time. A mashed potato monster as a stand sounds, like, rad as hell, actually. That's rad as hell. Mashed potato Green Lantern. Honestly, yeah, Rex. I think that's my final answer. Mashed potato Green Lantern. Alright. Next one. This one's another one that I feel like is gonna be a bit tricky to sort out. Girls and boys. Like, okay, we can't do force femming again. But this is like... girls and boys. This one just... Given the nature of the song lyrics, does this one just give you, like... Trying to remember the song lyrics. Girls and boys. This lyric is so fucking confusing. Girls who are boys who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like their boys. What the fuck? What are you talking about? I'm someone who deals with gender on a daily basis, and I have no idea what they were cooking. Yeah, I was gonna joke, like, just the power of androgyny. Just that one image of that Sailor Moon character. It's just like, am I a girl? Am I a boy? Nobody knows, but everyone finds me hot, which means everyone is gay. I hate that that's kind of my best answer so far for this. Just make everyone gay for you. I like that idea, negative. But it swaps you with some... Well, no, that could cause dysphoria. I was gonna say it could swap you with someone of the other gender identity, but it's just like, then you start getting like, oh, no, I'm... Yeah, I think I'll stick with the answer that I had of just like... I don't know, make everyone gay seems like a terrible superpower given how Pink Kryptonite went down. Maybe not. The person is bigender. I guess, yeah, just the power of, like... you know what? Actually, idea. Idea clicking in the head. Gender swapping yourself. There you go. The stand that, like, for like, the gender fluid or the bigender peeps. You can be girl, you can be boy. Like I said, I don't know what practical application it has in a fight, but, like, yeah, it's still, I like the stand idea. Let you be either. Let you just shapeshift on like, on the fly. Alright, yeah, that works. That works for me. Next one is fame. This one also seems pretty self-explanatory. Let you disguise yourself. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. For girls and boys, for the record. Not for fame. Fame, I feel like just makes you famous. That's it. Like, honestly, I think, isn't that basically just, like, what kind of happens with, Anasui? Just no one addresses it. This is, like, the first time they showed Anasui. They were a girl, and then when they show up in the actual plot, they're a guy. It is funny that for girls and boys, I still went with an effect of pink kryptonite, just not the problematic one. But yeah, fame just makes you famous. Although the alternative choices you could have for fame, because the lyrics I can think of are fame, I want to live forever, I want to learn how to fly, and both of those would be very interesting stand powers. But I feel like fame, yeah, it's just like people know who you are. You instant shot to famousness. I remember a stand that turns people to gold. No, I don't think so. Although, that one might also have a good one that'll come up way later. I don't know how far we're gonna get tonight. I don't think we're gonna get to Just Dance 4 at the pace we're going. I think we'll probably get to, like, 2, maybe start getting on 3, depending on how we get through 2's DLC. Because one is the only one that's the base game. There's no DLC, there's no Just Dance Unlimited, no nothing. But yeah, fame just makes you famous. Pretty easy one on that one. Next up, this might be the last one we get before the ad break, so we're about at the halfway point, looks like. We have lump. I hate where my mind went for this one, because it's dark, but I feel like I can get away with it because I went through it. This is not my answer for this, but, like, I mean, there's one place a cancer survivor's brain goes to when thinking of a lump. That would be such a fucked up stand. Just, like, give the opponent cancer. Just, like, Jesus Christ. I mean, they can't it would be hard to fight that. But that's also sad, so... Although... honestly, not a bad idea, Rex. I think what would be an interesting one is kind of like... I know this is a little bit derivative of Diver Down, but just imagine, like, something being inside. Like, like a stand that can exist inside like a space. Like they cause a lump by like being inside a space they're not supposed to be. Wow, that is just I just realized that's just cancer again, except the stand is the cancer. Damn, I'm so sorry. Listen, I went through a lot at age 10. I really got to unpack that with a therapist or something. All right, let's put a pin in lump. Lyrics are literally like she's lump, she's lump, she's lump, she might be dead. Ooh, actually, that's an interesting thought. Turning you into a lump. That's interesting. There's a lot of stands that just like turn you into something, huh? Not even for my stuff. Like there's a lot of Jojo stands just in the text that do that. I think I like Anna's pitch of a terraforming stand. I think that's gonna be my final answer because all the other ones are too sad for me, even by Jojo standards. I think I'm gonna go with a terraforming stand because that leaves a lump in the ground. Yeah, I'll have that as my final answer. Alright, we're on ad break, so we'll quickly go back over to the TV real quick before we continue. And also, hi, look, I'm on the TV now. Remember when I did that like 2 years ago? I figured this stream was the most fitting to have this because having the icon on screen was kind of pointless. So, and if I ever need to step away for something, oh, I can also close music view while I'm at it. But if I need to ever step away for something, and I don't want the VTuber to freak out, then I just go back to the starting soon screen, or, yeah. I feel like that initial thought that I had for Lump that only Amber would enjoy, as someone who's also a JoJo fan and has been through cancer stuffs. Thank you for the pats. I definitely didn't just take my medicine 2 hours late. Man, looking at the lyrics for Lump, there's not really much going on here. Like, Genius.com just says, like, oh, he thought of a woman named Lump and thought it would be cool to make a song about her in a swamp. As in, that she's in a swamp, not he's in a swamp. I mean, he might have been in the swamp. I think I'm gonna stick with the terraform answer. Much as I feel like there might be other options there, I want to play it safe. Oop, I did it again. I did it again. All right, so we'll just move on from Lump. We'll take the terraforming. We'll take like digging through things. I guess it doesn't have to just be dirt. You can just be digging through things. Essentially, just like, yeah, just diver down, but they're always physical. So they can, I think that's my final answer for lump, is that, like, instead of, like, phasing through objects, they can go through any object. But they are still a physical entity that would leave a lump. Alright. Next one is another one that I feel like is going to be hard, especially without being derivative. Kids in America. Because my first thought was just like, oh, turn them into kids. But, like, we already have that. That's that one guy's, the creepy dude's stand. I know that doesn't narrow it down in Jojo. The guy from part 3 who's gross about Polnareff and Jotaro. Yeah, set. Yeah, it's fucking Alessi. So I want the stand to be something that's not that, because I don't like Alessi. I can't think of much else for kids in America. Stereotypical American. Yeah, that's another thought of this. I don't know what to think of the idea that just came to my mind, because it is so, like, tangentially related. Like, this barely has anything to do with the song title. It's mainly just, like, two vague associations. I like a kid with a stand. My thought process for this, I'm gonna say what, like, the stand idea is, and then I'm gonna say how my brain got there in case people don't know. My thought process is, what if it's a stand that's a roller coaster? And the two reasons I thought about that is because one of the movies I associate with kids in America is Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, where they make roller coasters into spaceships. And the second one is just, like, kids like roller coasters. So, especially if it's a kid stand user, imagine having a stand that's a roller coaster. Like, just, like, imagine the, like, power of, like, having that. You could run people over with it. You could trap people in it. Like, it's basically you turn your stand opponent into a character from Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's just like, you can have fun with it, or you could use it as a weapon. I like that. Kids in America is a roller coaster stand. Alright. Scoozy. Next up, we've got Pump Up the Jam. This one, it's hard to not just do Ring My Bell again. I think to distinguish it from, I mean, I mentioned with Ring My Bell, it's more the frequency of the bell. So I guess Pump Up the Jam by alternative could be about volume. Like, it could make things louder. I don't think there's a stand that actually does that, I don't think. Stand that makes things louder. That could be useful. Whether it's, again, to overwhelm your opponent or just to, like, make noises to distract them. Like, you just make something loud, then your attention goes to that loud thing. Why not jam as in jelly? We can't have so many food stands. The alternative... Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea because it works as a JoJo stand, but, like... I don't want people to be weird about it. I don't want people to be weird about it. It's my other thought. I'm gonna stick with the volume one, but this does feel like a very Jojo stand. I noticed pump up. It could just be the inflation stand. Just fucking rip off that band-aid. I'm going to stick with volume. Because even though I'm a furry, I'm not going to be that fucking stereotypical. Jesus Christ. You refrained. Well, I got that's what I'm here for. I have no refraint or restraint. I will keep it a volume control stand. Basically like present mic from My Hero, I would think. All right, this next one should be another easy one. Yeah, that's the thing is that like I could see a Rocky making an inflation stand because that seems like the same kind of like immobilization that you see in like other stand types as well. So one that like lifts you away or like makes you ball. But I'm sticking with volume control on that one. Anyway, next one is I get around. I feel like this one should just be like quick travel, essentially, right? Like you could just go wherever you want in the world. DeviantArt stand, God. Yeah, like, I think car is a good idea. Just some kind of vehicle that can get you from one location to another quickly. I think it would have to use, like, a portal system or whatnot. I feel like there's something that uses, like, that kind of thing, where it's, like, you get in a vehicle, a big portal shows up, you go through it, and then you're at the location. I know Jastronauts does that, but that can't be what I'm thinking of, because nobody knows what that is. But yeah, just a vehicle that can take you wherever you want. I don't know what kind of vehicle. You know what? How about a bus? How about well, no, a van. A van would be fitting for the song. I think. What vehicle is it in I Get Around? Is it just a car? I don't think I don't think they clarify what vehicle it is. So I guess a bus. A bus or a van. Just so that you can have the whole crew in. Jesus Christ. The van stand is white. Listen, if I can't make lump cancer, I'm not making the van white. Ability of screen transitions. Yeah, like I said, it's like quick travel to stand. You could just be wherever in the world you want. So it has the limitation of in the world. Not just because, like, of range, but also just because, like, if you went to space, what good is it gonna do? You're gonna get an astronaut suit? Like, what good are you gonna do with a bus in space if you're not Miss Frizzle? I just realized we made the Magic School Bus, I think. Oh well, that's my final answer. Alright. This one is gonna be both easy and hard at the same time, I think. Because on one hand, I think it's pretty straightforward what it would be, but like how that would be. The what is easy. The how is hard because it's La Freak. So obviously, it's got to be like some little freaky little creature. But like, what kind? What kind of freaky little creature? I hate that my brain is just thinking of like, what was that, Honeycomb's mascot? Is that the right one? With the little guy, the little fur ball. It's like, I need my cereal. A goblin? I like goblin, especially since multiple people answered that. I'm picturing Miss Frizzle on the stand profile card. I love that. Jojo version of Gremlins. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. I'd like a little like a. I like that. I think that I think I like that idea of like something that gets more and more freakish over time. Like it does not seem freakish at first because the lyrics is like "Le freak so chic." So imagine like something that's very like cute or fashionable, and then just like it becomes an abomination that's trying to chase you down. We have very bait and switch type stand. It kind of like what the fuck was it? Yo-Yo Ma, except like a lot less sus to begin with. Like Yo-Yo Ma is just kind of sus to look at, like something that seems approachable at first and then becomes le freak. All right. Next up. This might be an easy one. That's the way I like it. This might have to be one where we keep the whole name because there again, I guess spoilers for a later one. There's already a song called I Like It. I think there's two actually. Because I think there's the Cardi B song and the I forget the other one. But the song that the Cardi B song samples essentially. So we can't just go with I Like It. I guess this could be just a stand that's just basically like have it your way. You like thing like very much like I would say like I don't know reality warping's quite the right word, but like essentially things go your way, but not to like a significant degree. Has the ability to change the appearance of objects the user you know what? I like that. I like that one. I like that. I like a stand that like can change the physical appearance of something. You can't change the actual object, but you can change the way that people perceive it or like its style, I suppose. That's yeah, IRL Photoshop. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way. I liked it. I like that. It's not overpowered, but it does still have like a significant advantage. I like that. Well, so yeah, that one was decently easy. Unlike this next one, I have no idea where to start with this next one. Because it's just called Louie Louie. Like, what? I barely understand the lyrics of this song. What do you mean I gotta make a stand for it? And this is specifically the Iggy Pop version as well, I believe. Yeah, there we go, Iggy Pop. Didn't he, like, start rambling about, like, a bunch of shit? Yeah, like, he just starts rambling about, like, stuff. See a stand user name that? Yeah, that's one thing that I probably should have added, but that's not what I wrote, so we have to just deal with the consequences, is that, like, a lot of these stands would be good stand usernames. I guess, okay. But this doesn't work for this one. Well, okay, because I was thinking a loophole could be, like, if a song name is good for a stand user, then we have to think of a stand for the band name. But that doesn't work with this one, because the band, or rather the musician, is Iggy Pop. and we already have an Iggy. It's a dog that controls sand and shit. That, we can't make a stand named Iggy. What does that get? Oh, you know what? Duplication is not a bad thought on that. Duplication stand actually is not a bad idea. And I like the idea that it's two individual guys named Louie. And they can duplicate things. I like that idea. It's Louie and Louie. It's Louie. Thank you, Negative, for saving my ass. Yeah, duplication stand. I'll go with that. That works. God, the album art on this album is wild. But that makes sense, Diggy. What's next? Oh no, I saw the one after this one is gonna be annoying as well. But first, before we get to that one, we got a relatively easy one with Funplex CSS Remix. I feel like this is a pretty easy one. This is just like you make a Funplex, you know? Yeah, it's basically just strength, but with a Funplex. Now to actually Google what a Funplex is. I think I know what it is. I think I understand what a Funplex is as a concept. Yeah, it's just like it looks like a water park or like just a theme park. I think just because an amusement park feels like too big a stand to have. Like even like, well, I mean, what's bigger? Like a ship the size of Strengths or a Funplex? I think the interesting idea would be for Funplex is just like an infinite Funplex. Like essentially, you are essentially like as you move around it, the rooms basically just like spawn in. So you are basically like think something along the lines of like Adam Hartfather or that weird like room for that Rohan was trapped in with I'm Highway Star. But it's a never-ending Funplex. You are trapped within the same like area, but to you it is an infinite Funplex. You have to find a way out. And I think the way out, I think the thing is, it can be infinite in all cardinal directions, but if you go up, you can get out. Like, if you find a way to climb out of it. Out of the range of it, you're fine. Ah, more dangerous. Yeah, that's another good way to put it. A more dangerous version of Emporio's burning down the house. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Basically just like a trap room, but the room is an entire Funplex. You just get a pocket dimension. Alright, now for the one that's tricky, because I don't know what to get out of this one. Because this one is just called, Jingo Loba. Sounds like it would be fun to say as a stand name. But like, what are the... I mean, I don't think there's like any lyrics to this. Yeah, it's just those words over again. Over and over again. The Fatboy Slim version, yeah. At least you can work on your skee ball skills before you die. Yeah, I think that would be how it would go down for Funplex. It's just like, wow, this place is so great. And then like one of the teammates is just like, hey, where's the exit? We've been here for like hours. Alternatively, the Funplex could be like a, I think like a Riddler or Mysterio-esque type area where like you have to face against challenges to get through. That would be interesting. I think that would actually make more sense for an escape, is that you have to face challenges in the Funplex. So it's like it's a lot more like the Darby Brothers in that regard. We take it in that direction. Ingolova. I don't know anything about this. I mean, alternatively, we could take the out of like using the artist name. You just have like a guy named Jingo Loba. Because the artist name is one that we can actually probably use, because it's Fatboy Slim. But like, although Fatboy Slim is not the one that came up with Jingo Loba. It's just the specific version in the song. Like, the song is also sampling a song called Jingo Loba. The title roughly translates as "Don't Worry" from Yoruban. Interesting. If I have to go with this being a stand name instead of a stand user's name, I guess, given that it translates to "Don't Worry," it's a stand that can keep you calm in tense situations. Like a grounding stand, essentially. Sorry I sound so funky. My allergies are acting up. But yeah, I think I'll go with that. It's just a relaxing stand that can keep you a cool head. I like that idea. I like that idea. All right. Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. This one I think will be an easy one. Might be an easy one to tell what it is just from the art of it. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's there. This one feels pretty self-explanatory. Before doing any other action, you must do a dare. If someone dares you to do something, you must do that dare first. Or face a consequence. Yeah, essentially, it's just Marilyn Manson, but named after a better thing. Which artist is this by? This is by Gorillaz. This is the only Gorillaz track in the Just Dance series. Yeah, I think just to make it different from like Marilyn Manson stand or whatever the fuck it is, the debt collector one. Instead of like a full-on like gamble like bet thing, it is just a simple dare. It's one task. It's not like a competition. It is specifically a task that is dared of you. And you are trapped until you do it. You basically cannot act. Ooh, actually, locking the stand would be a good... There we go. There's an interesting take. You cannot use your stand until the dare is completed. The funny thing is, you could have layers on this with, like, the, like, double dare, triple dog dare. You could have the limitations be, like, harder and harder depending on the level of dare that it is. But if you use the higher level dares, you cannot dare someone. Well, alternatively, other people have to dare on your behalf. That would also be neat. Just getting a bunch of people to just like, hey, you should dare that guy to do something. I heard he'll do anything. Honestly, that does sound like a very Jojo villain thing to do. It's just like, hey, you see that guy over there? If you dare him to do something, he'll actually do it. And then they're just like, ah, fuck, now I actually have to do it. Like, I like that. That feels very Jojo. Huh. This one's interesting. This one's another one that's gonna be hard because it's just a name. Because it's Bebe. Bebe. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about Dare by Gorillaz is that the only lyric that Dare is involved in is, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's Dare. And then the rest of the lyrics are like, maybe I don't know what Dare is about, to be honest. I think it's just kind of a dancing song. Ah, baby. This is just gonna be another baby stand. Alongside, Octane Baby and, what was it, Death 13? And I guess, Green Baby at that. What's the artist's name? Is this one where we're finally gonna have to use the artist's name instead of the... Divine Brown. Nah. Nah. Well, I mean, that's just Hermit Purple that I'm thinking of right now. Or Epitaph. I think Bebe, if I had to stick with the baby theme, since we already have a stand user that makes people into children, I think the alternative direction we can take this that's similar but not the same is that you will act like a baby. You are forced to act like a baby. You are at the mental capacity of a baby. I don't know how you would fight a stand like that. I guess the limitation here would be that you can do that on one opponent. So if someone else comes in, you're basically screwed. This is another situation like with Talking Heads, where it like only really benefits you if you target a specific member of the team. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. You act like a baby. Just so that we don't have it be Alessi again, because I don't want another Alessi. We don't need another Alessi, although I'm sure that if someone else was writing this, like, as a character, like, as an ability, they would also make, like, if this character was in Jojo that had a stand like that, I'm sure he would also be weird and creepy and gross. Because, like, what kind of stand user has a stand that just basically turns people into mentally babies? But I'm the one in charge of this, so I don't have to think about those implications, because this isn't a real character. And also, Bebe would probably just be a stand user's name, not a stand's name. Alright. Here's another one that should be easy for me. I was already kind of cooking on this one when I saw it in the list. Oh, what? This is the wrong art. Which one was next? Ah, no. I was out of order. That's my bad. This is the next one. For the art. We need you. I had a tiger. I mean, the easy bit would be like, you're like a super boxer, but like, I mean, I guess, that's not a bad idea, actually. I mean, I was gonna take it a literal direction, like I have for a lot of these. But, like, like, stand names don't have to be literal. It does not have to be a literal tiger man. It could be just that you are a good boxer. Or it could be both, you know? Like, you just have a tiger man as your coach. He moves your body. Well, now we're just basically, we made Incineroar, except he's a boxer, not a wrestler. Enhanced vision? That's not a bad idea. I like enhanced vision. I like heightened stamina. I think what I'm gonna go with for this is when I think of, I mean, this might just be because Punch-Out's on the mind because of yesterday, but when I think of something that helps boxing skills, it's reflexes. So you just have ultra fast reflexes. I think the ability to see the right spike to strike would also be a good thing to add to that. I think just like, rather than enhanced vision, it's more like quick vision. You can, it's not future sight, it's not epitaph, but it's that like, you can process what you are currently seeing at a very fast rate. So you are not seeing the future, but what you are taking in everything that you are seeing and using that information accordingly. So like if someone throws a punch at you, you will see them winding up that punch and immediately react to that. You will not see in the future of them winding up that punch, you will process that information the moment that it is happening. I feel like that's a good way to have both hitting weak spots and dodging attacks, and like neither of them be contradictory. Like that's not two separate powers. It's one power, and it's the fact that you can process what you're seeing all at once. So I feel like that would work for Eye of the Tiger. It's just like, I guess, just really fast processing speeds. Really fast reaction time. I was like, you have a UI built into the stand. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. Just a scouter. Jarvis, activate my stand. Montage Timescape stand is also a good one, but that's... Oh no, I guess Eye of the Tiger is that one. Yeah, but... I'm sticking with my final answer. Of just, like... fast processing times. Or fast at processing information. It also means that it's good outside of the context of a fight. Like, you just basically, like, skim through a book. Like, you just get all that information the moment you open the page. I like that. I like the idea of that. Like, that's a neat way to use that power set that wouldn't just be in the context of boxing. Yeah, I like that. Genuinely, that sounds like a really cool power. I would love to see, like, a show or read something that has a character that has that ability of just, like, taking in all the information around them immediately. No missed details, no, like they can't be caught off guard. So long as they can see it, I guess. If it's something like I guess that's a high, like a weakness of that power is that you get tunnel vision. You rely, it's basically like the opposite of Daredevil. You rely too much on your sight, so like you ignore your other senses. Not like actively, but like passively. Like you only focus on what you see and not your other senses around you. Like those senses are all the same. Now for what I actually thought was up, which is Can't Get You Out of My Head. This one feels pretty straightforward. This feels like you should just be able to mind read. Like you're just Professor X. You just read their mind. I feel like I like this one a lot because have they had a mind reader stand? Because I feel like this is one where like they could trick the stand user, kind of like I think how Batman has played around with mind readers, where it's like you're thinking of something. Saline implants false memories is also really neat. Basically make them nominee. I think I will stick with the mind reading one. Oh, but there could be ones later that could use that. Oh well, I said that's fine to be derivative, and I can always change my answers, as clearly shown by the fact that I changed girls just want to have fun later. I don't know where to go with this next one. This next one is acceptable in the 80s. Does it just take you back to the 80s? Does it make you forget everything that happened after the 80s? Does it make you think that you are in the 80s? Does it mean you can only touch things that are from the 80s? What defines from the 80s? if we can define the 80s in this, makes it act like you're from the 80s. If this was in Stardust Crusaders, this would be hilarious. Imagine this in like part 6, where Jotaro just reverts back to his form from the 80s. Where's Kakyoin? Oh, that makes me sad now. Acceptable in the 80s. Yeah, I realized after saying it, it's just like, oh, wait, no, that's sad, actually. I think it's I think the best I can think of is if you just like act like you're in the 80s. Use 80s slang. Anything that came out after 1989 you have no knowledge of. I think that's the best I can think of for a title like this. This is so like niche. So like you only know things from the 80s. And prior, of course. Since the things that were in the 70s are also in the 80s, in a roundabout way. Roundabout, Jojo. Hee. I think that would be the case, is that you can only know about things that are from 1989 and beforehand. Any 1990 onward, no memory. No memory of it. Even if someone tells you about it. That's actually really tricky. It's basically just Jailhouse Rock, but with an extra complication. Instead of only being able to remember 3 things, you can remember as much as you want, as long as it happened, like, 40 years ago. Jesus. 80s were a long time ago. I don't like thinking about that thought. Anyway, let's go to the next one, which should be a lot easier. And they said Genesis would still be remembered. Yeah, but you wouldn't remember Sonic, so you'd be like, that console that had no games on it? What's an Alex Kidd? I mean, you would remember Alex Kidd, but you wouldn't care. Next, we got Who Let the Dogs Out? This one feels pretty self-explanatory. It's just like, you just have a bunch of dogs. Like, just a bunch of stand dogs. Like, if Bad Company can just be a bunch of little army guys, you can have a stand that's just a bunch of dogs. You can just have... Release the hounds, Smithers. It's just a bunch of dogs. Just a bunch of vicious dogs. Okay, this next one might be a skip. This is a weird kind of... I think this is the only question mark weird, like, edge case where, like, we have to kind of discuss if this counts as something I need to skip or not. Because the next one is... I didn't copy the actual title of the song. The next one is... Wannabe. Now, Wannabe is in Jojo, but it's Spice Girls, like, it's her stand cry. You know, Wannabe. Like, that's not a stand in of itself, though. So, like, I guess we still figure out a stand ability for this. since the connection it has to Jojo is not an ability, but like just like a cry. But I think this is the only thing that is in that boat. I think anything else that's in here is either a stand user or a stand. I don't think anything else is like a cry they yell. Like there's no songs called like Arrivederci or like Valarevia. I don't even know if any of the other ones say anything that's not just a sound effect. I'm trying to think of something with the lyrics. Wanna be. My brain is thinking with the lyrics. If you... okay. If you want to be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. So I think... Wannabe, I think my brain is thinking, like, wannabe is basically an enforced trade. If there's something that you want, you need to give the stand user something that you consider of equal value. So if there's something that you like really, really, really want, you need to give them something you really you would really, really, really want to keep. You're basically just forced into a scenario where you either have to sacrifice the thing that you really, really want, or sacrifice something you already have that you would not want to get rid of. I don't know what would I guess the thing that you really, 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 really want would be, like, encaptured by this stand, and the capture would not release unless you sacrifice something of equal value to you. Yeah, I think I can work with that. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. What do I do with this next one? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry, that was a rough one. Alright, Ayuna. Sorry, I just realized some got on my sleeve. Gross. Bleh. Alright, next one is... Step by step. What do I do with you? I Just make it the infinite staircase from Mario 64. I was joking about that, but that like actually isn't a bad idea. A stand that just does that thing that Dio does to hold an ref without having to stop time for it. I think that shows that like that should be the idea. Is just like if you try to move on foot, you cannot move forward. You have to move. No, wait, no, other way around. Other way around. That's actually I like the idea of the never-ending staircase, but I think the better thing is you can only travel by foot. That would be a much bigger hindrance than only, like, not being allowed to travel by foot. You cannot get in a car. You cannot get in any type of vehicle. You cannot roll. You cannot, like, crawl. What order am I going in? I'm going in order of, like, how they're listed from game to game. So basically how the game song order is listed. And I'm going from oldest to newest. So I think step by step would be a stand where you are not allowed to do anything but walk or run or jog. You essentially have to travel on foot. You can't even like lie down or sit. You can stand because technically that's the step between steps, but and I guess squatting. Just as long as your feet are on the ground, you're fine. Anything else, and I think this is the kind of stand where it's like you wouldn't like die from not doing that, but you would be heavily inconvenienced by like an electric shock or like some other type of like mild pain to be like, right, I need to not be doing that. A mild pain that would like still definitely give wear and tear on the body. Alright, I think we can get one. I think we can finish up Just Dance 1 before the ad break is done. Because we only have 2 more songs left. And they're both pretty, like, easy ones to make ones up for. We got... You can't touch this. Pretty straightforward. Just... you are unable to touch something. Most likely the stand user, I would say. You are unable to touch the stand user. I don't know if this means like physically touch or like with objects. I think it would be physically touch. You cannot physically touch the stand user. I think it's a kind of ability where like you cannot touch something and they would use it on themselves most frequently. So you would have to make them have to guard something else in order to let their own guard down, and then you beat them. That would be how you beat the stand user. Is that they can shield anything, but they can only shield one thing at a time. So they usually shield themselves, because that, like, of course you would. But they would have to protect something else and let their own guard down. That was pretty straightforward. Can't think of any other real ways to take that. And then the last one, this technically counts, so I'm putting it in. We got song called Warm Up, which like it's just a warm up. Like this is that's all this is. And I feel like the stand like, we already have a temperature control one, so I feel like the better one for warm-up is it is a stand that essentially, like, makes things their prepared state. Like, basically, you skip the warm-up because of this stand. Or if something has to, like, it is essentially in its ready state thanks to the stand, regardless of the state it was in prior. So you don't have to do stretches because your body is already in, like, stretched. Or if, like, a piece of tech needs to take a sec to get, like, working properly, then it's at that point. It just skips to the point where you're ready to do the thing that you need to do. It is essentially just a free warm-up. And that's all the Just Dance 1 songs. So with the ad starting soon, I'm going to quickly grab the icons for Just Dance 2. And also, food. That would be important. Grab food. And then we'll get started on the Just Dance 2 song. Oh, since I'm stepping away, we'll do this. I know, Yuna. I know this is going to be a multiple session thing. I should have thought of that when I put the Donathon incentive in, but hey, that's why I'm getting it over with now. Even though, you know, I want to do another Donathon next month. I'm just grabbing the thumbnail icons real quick. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a while till we get to Just Dance 2021. I feel like at the pace that I'm going, Just Dance 2026 will come out by the time I get this done. Where was I? Oh, there's some in here that are gonna be very hard. A lot of these are gonna be really rough, to be honest, looking at some of these names. We also got a lot more songs for this. I'll just download the icons for the main songs for now, and then we'll get to the DLC when we get to the DLC. Because, oh boy, is there a lot of DLC for basically all the games that have DLC, except for, like, I think 2015? 2015, I think, has, like, 3. At least 3 that are exclusive to it. I hope I didn't skip one on accident, but I can fix that when we go down the list. Oh, I forgot you were 2. I thought you were 3. But you complicate things. I forgot to put the icon for that one. Oh, these are going to be fun when we get there. Instead, you will just have my ominous commentary on these icons until we actually see them. Oh, shut up, Chrome. Oh, that one's going to be interesting when we get there. Yeah, there's so many of these that are going to be so fucking hard. I think I'm nearing the end of downloading these, so don't worry, we'll be back soon. How many more we got? Looks like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 more I gotta get, and then we're good to go. I'm already cooking up some ideas for some of these, but then other ones I'm just like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Alright, I'll stop downloading those there. Because I got all the ones that's in the base game. Oh, wait. I almost missed one. Because if I counted warm-up, I have to count this. Alright, and then that's removed songs. That's all a song that we already saw, and there's the DLC, so we'll get to those in a bit. For now, change the music track to Just Dance 2 theme. go. Alright, recenter myself, and then let's get started with Just Dance 2. Alright. Oh, this first one for Just Dance 2 is going to be very interesting. Yeah, back to the DLC later. Yeah, so the first one for Just Dance 2 is, I can grab it. Sorry, the loop's gonna be inconsistent. Oop, nope, that's a link. The hell is that? I think that's just a link to like one of the images I grabbed. I don't think that link was anything personal. It's Raining Man. This one feels pretty self-explanatory, but also, what the fuck? It's a good song, but like, as a stand name, I guess, like, men fall from the sky. Just, if you are a man, you will now be falling from the sky, free falling. This would be very good against the Stardust Crusaders team, and then really awful against the the Stone Ocean crew. This would basically just affect Weather and Anasui, and then FF, Hermes, and Jolene are just like, whatever. Summon Stooge from the sky. I would think it just teleports men up into the air. Either that or the stand is just a bunch of tiny men falling from the sky. It's basically just bad company, but if they were all just like jumping from the air. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the teleporting guys into the sky, because even though if you're going up against a girl, it's not gonna help much. Like, they still gotta worry about their guy falling from the sky. This would be good in... This would be situationally good. Good in certain matchups. Alright, what about this next one? This one feels like it's gonna be one of the ones that's tricky. TikTok. Oh. TikTok. I mean, the jokey answer would be like, the stand is to make an application for short form videos where you could upload your content and distract people. Time-based stand. Yeah, I could see that. I think this one could be like, you have a time limit. Like, essentially, you have to do something within a certain amount of time, or else you die. Like I said, oh my god, this is such a fucking pull. It's basically just the Raven from, that Doctor Who episode where there's just like a timer on you now until you die. Doom counter, that's another good way to put it. And you have to figure out how to either get rid of it or pass it on to somebody else. Yeah, I could see that working for this. TikTok. hell for this next one? A punk. Where are you? There you are. A punk. See, this one always confused me because I thought the name of the song was the name of the artist and vice versa. I thought the artist was A Punk and the song was Vampire Weekend. Doesn't that just sound like a wild song, Vampire Weekend? A Punk. I mean, it could just be just a punk guy. Like Mohawk. You use Spider Punk as a stand. Text with giant alphabet letters. It could be interpreted like, "Hey, punk! Hey, punk, what you doing around here? Gonna beat you up." Immediately got one of my headmates out with that. I actually kind of like that. Just like a, it's like some like big tough guy. Yeah. Just like it's just like I would think just like I know there's always big buff stands in JoJo, but I think this would be someone that's like a lot more like his intimidation comes from like just I don't know. I was gonna say how big he is, but like everyone's big in JoJo. Big bulky guys. I think I'll still stick with that though. This one can just be like big tough guy. But you don't all gotta be fancy. You don't all gotta have fancy power sets. Sometimes it could just be a big tough guy. Somebody, like maybe he just has a high defense. Maybe that could be the bit. Is it like he's hard to take down? He's like in fighting games you call him big bodies, like Juggernaut essentially. But like not Juggernaut size. Probably around like normal JoJo stand size, just a high durability. As well as high strength. That could probably be a stand that like shows off the power of like somebody else though, that they like break through it. Next up, we got God, there's so many of these that are just like, what do I do with you? I got you. I feel good. I think I'm gonna ignore the latter part of the parenthesis, the I feel good. I think I'm just gonna go with I got you. As silly as a stand name as that sounds, like, my stand, I got you. I think it would just be like a big net. You just capture him with like a lasso. This is like some Beach Boy level stuff where it's just like, it's just a thing. Or like Emperor. You just have magic lasso, magic net. You're basically just Wonder Woman at that point. Just like some form of capture. I'm gonna stick with net because I find that the funniest and probably the most convenient, since a cage would be too much work. But like a lasso or a cane, you'd have to aim. It's also hard to get out of unless you cut it. And that could be the whole thing, is that it's a net you can't cut. It's impenetrable and impenetrable. Terrible. Terrible. What's next? You. When I grow up. Hmm. Trying to think. Because it can't just be an old Stan. That's basically just Grateful Dead. This is like the dumbest fucking thing. But it could just be a stand that makes you what you wanted to be when you grew up. Because most people have that change over time. So imagine you are now stuck with you lost all your knowledge about your current skill sets and you're stuck with whatever 5-year-old you thought would be the most interesting. Like, some people could work with that. Other people would be up a creek. And I think for most stand users, using a stand would not apply to something they wanted to do when they grew up. Unless they were like Kakyoin, I guess. Kakyoin could fight this thing. Weather prediction. Hey, being a weather person is not that bad. I always find that weather people are the most charismatic of the lineup. Like, I always enjoyed watching the weather because the weather people always made it fun. Very inclusive of children. Alright. After that fucking confusing one that's like... I say it was hard, but like I did come with an idea like relatively quickly. This one should be easy. It's toxic. Just make it poison. It's poison. That girl is poison. Never trust a big button to smile. That's a different song. That song's luckily not in Just Dance yet, so I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, toxic. You just like have toxic sludge. There's just like dangerous. Pretty straightforward. So Just Dance 2 is so much meaner in this regard than Just Dance 1 is. Because this next song is called Idealistic. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, that's not a good name. I guess the artist is called Digitalism, but that's not much better. Toxic was really good. I love Toxic. That was like the one song I played in the new game. Just to test it out was Toxic. Although I should get around to Rather Be. When I clean up this place, I'll probably do a Just Dance stream. Finally taking a look at 2023 to 2024. Maybe I'll buy 2025, but I did buy a lot in the Steam sale, so we'll see. Idealistic. There aren't even lyrics for this one, are there? Oh no, there are lyrics. It's like one verse. So, okay, the only lyrics to this song are, I have an idea that you are here. I had the idea that you were near. I have an idea that you were here. I had the idea that you were near. Could it be you're here for 4 times? And then here, here. And the only note that Genius.com has on this song is they highlighted the word have, and I was like, what is specific about the word have? And the Genius annotation is at HHHHJ. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. That's real good notes you got there. That's real good notes you got there, pal. Get really abstract with this song title, I guess. Like, what if idealistic is like a strategist stand? What if it's kind of like Epitaph meets that ability that Doctor Strange did, where you can see like a bunch of different possible futures? Although I don't know if Jojo likes different possible futures, because Jojo's very tied with fate. Jojo's very much like, this one thing is the thing that can happen. I think I'll go with that. This stand can help you see. This stand is a planning stand. You can gauge the. You know what the stand is? The stand is basically that system from like Fallout 3 and 4, where you could you can like mark specific locations. Like you figure out what's the most effective move based off the risks. But it's not Epitaph. It's totally not Epitaph. Yeah. It makes you aware of the it makes you aware of, like, it gives you a list of like these potential the situation. Yeah, it's basically just the Doctor Strange, like I saw into like so many different futures. The one where we won, there was only one. That's basically, I think, what I'm trying to get at with this one. All right. This one's also gonna be a little bit tricky, potentially. This one is girlfriend. Do you just date your stand? Is that the bit? Is that the bit that we do? That you just date your stand? Also, I love the vibes on these characters, by the way. Like, they're so good. Like, this is Avril Lavigne's girlfriend for reference's sake. You know, hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. And I feel like if I was in that situation, I would just be like, I have two hands. Honestly, I feel like when I saw both this choreo and the music video, it was just like, forget the boy, just you two hang out, you two date. Who's he? He's just a fucking dweeb. Making it romantic attraction feels like we're hitting on some like nervous implications. I'm playing on the surface. Surface is what you're thinking of. What are we taking in a platonic direction? Oh no. I just like, what if it's just a stand that is your friend? And I was just like, wait, that's just like a headmate at that point. Just a stand that's a friend. I like that. It's so stupid. You would never be able to use that in a fight. But the idea of just having a stand that is your friend, I like that. It's just a friend. What about the lyrics to this song? What? Why are the lyrics in German? Hey, you, ich mein deiner Freundin nix. What the fuck? What? Ich glaub, das braucht ne Nue. Incontinent. Oh, God. This is German classes from like 5 years ago. Each way starts to make your husk. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, I know what it means because it's girlfriend, but like, why is it in German? Why am I getting German lyrics? Because it's like the like bridge or whatever is like, or like the main verses are all in English still. Why is it German? Does Google just think I'm German? I haven't used German in ages unless I'm quoting Moscow. Well, hello. Hello, Lottle Hito. Is that how I pronounce the new username? Hello. I think the more like okay way to do this without the unfortunate implications is that it ups your riz. Put it in a way that is absolutely terrible. So like the person won't necessarily fall in love with you, but you are more charming. They can still reject you. You are just more charming to other people. Avril Lavigne. Oh my god. I think that would be the power of girlfriend. Is that it ups your charisma, essentially. Next should be another lowball, easy one. SOS. I guess just like essentially a flare. Like a stand is just basically a... You can call people to your aid. Not like literally call them, but like just essentially like... I could see this one being like a slight mind control stand. Like you can't control the person entirely. It's like how the Mind Stone works in Avengers. You can't control the person entirely, but if you need assistance, that person will do anything that they can for you in order to help you. Essentially, like this would be like a villain stand where the whole thing is you have to make sure not to harm any civilians. I could see that being the case. And they can only grab one person at a time. A lot of these I'm thinking of just like in the context of like a chase. Like they're chasing down a stand user and the stand user is like, hey, you do this. Distract this person while I get away. But yeah, I think I'll go with that as my final answer. The next one. Dagomba. What even... Where do I start with this one? I forgot this was in Just Dance 4. This song is an instrumental. Thanks. Thanks, genius. No, I'm pretty sure there are lyrics. The only translation I'm getting on Dagomba is "you must." What is the artist title on this one? Sorcerer? That's not helpful. How does the dance go? This character has a name? I guess a lot of the ones that are in Just Dance Plus have names now. His name is Lightfire. I don't think I like that name. Yeah, I'm really struggling on this one. I'm looking at the trivia. The song was originally called Electro Tribal. Every time the dancer raises his hands, bolts of lightning strike the spears. I think based off the information on the Just Dance wiki, I think this being a lightning stand would make sense. Like, you're just able to cast lightning, essentially. Either from the sky or, I guess, from you? Question mark? But, like, a lightning or electrical controlling type stand. Could be like, oh, I forget that one guy's, the stand name from Part 6, where he makes meteors drop on you, but instead it's lightning. I could see that. I guess that's what I'm gonna go with, because there's not really much the song title or anything else really gives me, so I'll just go with that. Get lightning powers. Planet waves, thank you. I always forget about that one, because it's such a weird inclusion. Okay, what's next? I think it was this one. Which was... game name. Move your feet. This one feels a lot like the one we said for like I like to move it, or step by step, where you have to keep constantly moving around. I think with this one, you're not allowed to stand still. You have to keep moving. If I don't think you have to, even though it says move your feet, I think this is a stand that you could still, like, it doesn't have to be that you are literally moving your feet in terms of, like, stepping or moving or dancing. I think it just has to be, like, your feet cannot stay on a specific location, or else, I would think it's like, walking on something hot, essentially. Like, imagine the floor is, like, ultra heated, where it's like, if you stand still for a long period of time, you will start to burn. Why not can't stop running? That could also be good. I just worry that's like similar to step by step. Although step by step, you could still stand still. I think we can combine the ideas. You can't stop running, because if you do, your feet will start to burn. So you have to literally keep moving. Otherwise, whatever is touching the ground will start to burn. I think that could work. Yeah, sure. All right. Next. We got Proud Mary. Hey, her glove's on the wrong hand. It's supposed to be on the right hand, ma'am. I bet the wiki entry addresses that. Thanks to Proud Mary. What the hell is this? Oh. I don't think they do. I don't think the wiki mentions that the glove's on the wrong hand. Oh well. That's not what we're here for. Proud Mary. Always makes you appear happy. Oh right. I guess to clarify, Rex, it's supposed to be their left, our right. Proud Mary. It could be the gay stand. No. Happy Pride Month. I mean, isn't Proud Mary about a boat? Yeah, the Proud Mary is a riverboat. I mean, yeah, it could just be like Strength. Proud Mary is just a boat. The boat Proud Mary is a stand. That's like the best I can think of for this one, to be honest. Just have boat stand. I think that's fine. There's like no special abilities about it. It just keeps on rolling down the river. I guess to make it more stand-like, it could be a boat that could travel on land and water. Because it keeps on rolling. Could keep on rolling even without any water around it. That would be neat. I could see that working. I think we're making good pace, but I think I'm also realizing that in future these streams should probably be on the weekdays, not the weekends, because I like my brain is freaking out after like 3 hours. Of course, that's just because Just Dance 2 has a lot of songs that are like really hard to come up with like stand abilities for. Especially unique ones. Like this one is called Hot Stuff. I mean, this one could just be another temperature one, but that's the annoying thing for this one is that we used temperature control and we used like charisma up, so like those are the main two things I could think of for this song. And like fire control would be basically Magician's Red again. There's an idea. Coming to the brain. What if Hot Stuff is a stand that melts things? Like if it touches something, it melts it. That could be interesting. Kind of like how Spice Girl makes things softer. You could melt things. Flies burns without the need of fire. I like that. I think I am gonna stick with melting things. Just because I feel like that fits a little bit better, but like it's neat that I actually thought of something that wasn't just repeating another one again. Not that yours is. Yours is also unique, but we could say that one. We could put a pin in that for if we need another hot related. Because there's probably a lot of songs about being hot. Next up, we got Big Girl, You Are Beautiful. I mean, I really can't think of anything else for this other than just like wait, like gaining weight. Like that, like and to be clear, I'm just mainly focusing on big girl. You Are Beautiful is nice, but like a stand called You Are Beautiful, like that doesn't really, it's just like, okay, thanks for the compliment. Alternatively, it just could be just a very large stand that is also effeminate. I think I'll stick with the weight one though. I could see some stand users having a problem like dealing with that potentially. Next. This one is I Want You Back. I'm realizing, okay, so, okay. This isn't about I Want You Back, this is about the structure of this. He's also got the glove on the wrong hand. Sorry, I got distracted by that. Everyone got the glove on the wrong hand. I think what I'm realizing about the pace of these streams is I think we're gonna handle 2 games at a time. I think that seems fair. Because Just Dance 2 has a lot of DLC. So I think for my creative juices, I will keep it to 2 games at a time. So once we finish with 2, that might be the end of stream. We'll see if I still have energy for 3. But yeah, that would but that would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think it would just be 16. That's still 8 sessions of this. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, because we're not touching the other spin-offs. We're not touching the Disney games. We're not touching kids stuff. We're not touching Just Dance in Japan or China. And Summer Party Extra Songs and Greatest Hits Best Of should all be DLC stuff anyway. I think. I'll double check, but... I'll figure out the pace of this. But I just wanted to say that just in case we don't do the full 6-hour stream of this. Just to clarify why. Because I don't want to hit burnout with this concept on, like, part 1. Speaking of parts, I wonder if I could make part names for the different Just Dances. If I could figure out, like, a protagonist and an antagonist. That was not part of the deal. That might be something I just do in my own time and just update in the Discord server, just like, or that y'all could take into your own hands if y'all want to. As for I Want You Back, I think this should bring someone back to a location. Like, if you meet the stand user and they want to keep you stuck, then they use their stand and you will constantly find yourself coming back to their direction. Like, no matter how far you try to walk in the other way, you will find that you have just walked right back into their hands. I think that would be the power of the stand, is that, like, you always find yourself back to them. You cannot escape the stand user. What the hell they do with that, no fucking clue. But that would be the ability, I would think, is just like, you are constantly being confronted by this person. There are a lot of trap stands I'm thinking of. But that's kind of a lot of Jojo stands, is putting the stand user in a sticky situation, and then they have to figure out what the hell is going on and get out of it. Alright, these next two are going to be interesting. Alright. This one is Aiko Aiko. By the band Mardi Gras. Okay. Okay. I can't tell what like which version is the one that's in Just Dance. We can't do this thing with. We can't do the same thing we did with Louie Louie, where it's a duplication one. The lyrics mention flames go higher, but we already we like that's already Magician's Red. The only thing I could think of looking at these lyrics is just summoning a campfire. But like we have so many ones that are just like summoning something. Aiko Aiko. Alright, I'll let the ad break play, and maybe I'll cook up some ideas on the ad break. I found the Genius.com page for this song, so... Specifically the Just Dance version, so... Maybe I'll find something in there. the meantime, I'm gonna get a little bit to eat. Well, I enjoyed my food. I don't really have anything more much to go off of for Aiko though. Like, most of it's more related to fire. Or being dressed in green. Congrats, Anna. Nice. I'm glad to be some background noise while, yeah, get stuff done. That's basically what I've been using Spirit City for, and it's been pretty good. I've been pretty productive. Clearing through my Steam wish list and working on video projects. I think what I'm gonna go with for Aiko so that we're not here for another 2 hours. There was a line about setting a flag on fire, so I'm just gonna make it like somebody. The stand is a person wielding a flag on fire. Like, that is their weapon. I feel like that makes it unique enough from Magician's Red because it is an actual weapon on fire. They have a flag of fire. I think that's what I'm gonna go with because I can't think of anything better from the name or even the lyrics. And the next one is not much easier because it is where is it? It is Kati Kalandal. There we go. What does that translate to? Yeah, but like, what do the words mean? I found r/just dance. This is a bit of a side tangent, but I kind of want to look at this post for a little bit. What's the most obscure song to be featured in Just Dance? I'm not counting Ubisoft originals, Coca-Cola promoted songs, or any of the stock songs, YOY, Baby Girl, the Just Dance 3, Sweat DLCs. Looking at any recorded song that existed outside of Just Dance before inclusion. The metrics are kind of difficult to pair all at once, but in my opinion, the top 3 most obscure songs featured in Just Dance are Fire by LLP and Mike Diamonds. Never charted anywhere. Heck, I can't even look them up on Wikipedia. Discogs. Mike Diamonds only has features listed or RYM. All I know is they got a lyric video on YouTube from a Romanian record label. Get Busy by Coyote. At the time of the song's announcement, the official audio on YouTube only had 33k views. What I think is the lowest view count of any song in the series so far. And Kati Kalandal, which is the reason why it showed up in the search results. When you look up a song on Google or YouTube and only ever see Just Dance videos, you know you got a super obscure song here. I'm not sure if the song is featured in a Bollywood film or not, but I can tell from research. From a Bollywood compilation album from 2004. Mi Gente Lo Siente is current winner for most obscure songs. A lot of very good, interesting tosses in for obscure songs. We gotta get back on track though. I'm getting so distracted by this fucking Just Dance Reddit. This was a terrible idea. To go to Reddit, to be clear. Let's just look at the whole translation for the lyrics. When we merge to... Oh, translation. That's the name of the title. When we merge. Oh. Interesting. When we merge. So you could be like it could like fuse things, I suppose. I don't know how accurate that translation is. Any songs that are in a foreign language, apologies if I mistranslate them. I am going off of Google, and Google is unreliable. So, Apologies if I get any of that wrong ahead of time. But I guess, like, when we merge, yeah, I think it's something that could, like, a stand that could fuse things. Specifically when we merge. It could, you could be just Jojo fusion dance. Kati Kalandal. But I think I'm gonna go with the answer of Kati Kalandal is a stand that fuses two things into one thing. Yeah, I know that's kind of vague, but it's kind of vague in the same sense of, like, Josuke's power is to fix things, but he chooses how to fix them. I guess it would be the same case, is that you can fuse two objects, but how they fuse is up to the stand user. I could be like a protagonist. Power. Alright. God, there are just so many of these that are just like, what do I do with you? But at least I actually know this word. Holiday. Holiday. Could this be a stand that gets you out of work? Like, you use your stand and you just, like, I have to take a week off with my stand. Holiday! Yeah, I guess I'm going with that. I can't think of anything else for holiday. Snow stand, maybe winter holiday. Maybe. Trying to think of things that, like, you think of with holidays and vacations. Ooh, there's an idea. So I'm thinking about the lyrics of the song. I think my brain's gone in an interesting direction with the lyrics of this song. Yeah, I need Madonna, not Green Day. Yeah, this is the Madonna song. Not the Green Day song. So the chorus is, if we took a holiday, took some time to celebrate, just one day out of life, it would be so nice. So what I imagine for this stand is, we've talked about pocket spaces, like with Mr. President or burning down the house. What about pocket time? Like what if your stand could just make a single day of the year, like you just get an extra day of the year where time is unaffected, or you feel like it's not like stopped time, it's more just like an extra day of like null time. Holiday would be like, you get a day to do whatever you want before, like you just have like a pocket zone of just like time is null to you. I think that could work. I think that's an interesting concept. The idea of just like making null time just for like 24 hours in the null time, and then the rest of the world still moves on the same. Yeah. Like, it's not like stop time where anything that you do is like affected. It's more like you get 24 hours to do whatever you want, and those 24 hours don't have consequence afterwards, I guess. That feels actually a little bit dangerous, but like also, like, again, it doesn't have consequences, so like you could just do whatever you wanted for a single day, and then like you just go back to normal life. I think that is an interesting direction to take this stand name, I think. Is that you just have an entire 24 hours where you can do whatever you want, and then life goes back to normal right afterwards. And you can only use the stand once per year. Just one day out of life. Kind of. Except King Crimson, like, you still have the, like, I guess it's like King Crimson. I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know if that's quite right. It's hard to explain. Basically, like, you add a day to the calendar that doesn't exist, but still happens to you. But anything that happens during that day goes back to normal by the time that, like, the next day would start. So basically, anyone not experiencing the stand, if I used it tomorrow, or if I used it at like 12 p.m. tonight, from 12 p.m. to 12 p.m. is an extra day added onto the calendar that, like, whatever I do during that day has no consequences towards the actual next calendar day. So I would add like a 28 and a half day. Except it wouldn't be a half day, it would be a whole day. It's very hard to explain. Pocket spaces are hard enough to explain, like the TARDIS or whatever. Pocket time, it sounds like such a confusing concept, but essentially just like, you've made time that doesn't exist. It doesn't affect actual time. It's just, it's time away from time. I guess. It's so hard to explain this concept, but essentially just like, you have a day where nothing matters because it will basically all be reset for everyone. I think that's different than King Crimson in that regard, because like King Crimson, what was going to happen still happens anyway. You only change yourself. Meanwhile, this is more just like you have made something that does not exist by the standards of everyone else's experience on the Earth. Like, you do not with King Crimson, you can change fate. With how I'm pitching Holiday, it's more like you put it on a delay. You've delayed fate. You cannot change anything that happens. You just get to take a break from it. That's why it's more like stopped time. But again, stopped time still has consequences on what you're interacting with. With Holiday, everything would just be undone. Like, if you just wanted to, like, spend a day in a theme park or a hotel, or, like, doing some activity without any consequences of getting in trouble with your job or the people running those establishments, you could do it using Holiday. Because they would not have any memory or evidence of you being there, because it would all be undone. That is the concept that I am pitching. I did not expect Holiday, of all things, to be like such like complicated space-time nonsense, but like, I'm here for it. This is the kind of the weird like Jojo shit. You know, Rocky would do something like that. Yeah, you can't spend the day stealing everything because you don't get to keep it. But if you do steal something, you can use that stolen object up until the day ends. Provided you don't get caught with the 24 hours you have, I guess. So I guess you gotta be just real careful during those 24 hours, Shrug. I mean, alternatively, you could just be like you and whoever for 24 hours on your own in an empty world. That, I don't know, that might still be cool, but I feel like that kind of softens the, like, on one hand, you could just have all the stuff that you want to use, but on the other hand, like, a lot of options aren't available if other people aren't around. I think the best way to put it is like, imagine Groundhog Day, but it only happens once. Groundhog Day, but it only happens once. That is the, I think that is the best way to put it. Alright, I think that's a good pin to put into Holiday before we get more complicated space-time nonsense. That's still such an interesting power. Like, this is why I like this idea, is because, like, for everyone that I'm just kind of like, oh, that title's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, what can we do with that? There's another one that's just like, oh, there's so many layers to this that I wouldn't have considered if I hadn't thought of, like, how do you make a stand out of Holiday? It's really neat when you give it some thought. Alright, next one is another easy one. Call me. I feel like this would just be like a Link Pearl from Final Fantasy 14. Basically just a phone you have on you at all times, but it's not a physical phone. I mean, it could be well, no, like a stand phone. It basically just Emperor, but it's a phone. You can call wherever you want on the world. You can just contact somebody. Like, it just comms at that point. But like, the signal is perfect. You can't have your signal be messed with because it's not a literal phone. It's a super phone. Yeah, pretty bland of a stand idea. But after Holiday, like, I think I've allowed an easy one that's just like a softball of just like, yeah, it's just a magic phone. Just a magic phone you can call wherever you want. You can just call your friend from like half the world away and not have any connection issues. Not have to find like a payphone. This one. Sway. Kinsera. I definitely pronounced that wrong. I'm probably ignoring the what the fuck? I'm probably ignoring the, is that Spanish? I think that's Spanish. You hear Sway and you think Matrix block time? That's not a bad idea. Microsoft Sway? What do you mean there's a Microsoft Sway? I think what I think of when hearing the word sway is, I think losing your balance, or just like having to balance rather. I think I would put sway as I think sway. If sway was a stand, it would be that you have to you have a hard time keeping your balance. You essentially just like lose your balance very easily. It's hard to stay upright because everything feels tilted to you. So you gotta sway your body back and forth to stay on balance. Oh, we're approaching one that I can skip. Not this one, but the next one. I hope I haven't accidentally done one that does exist. Cause I am not. I don't know many of the stands from 7, 8, and 9, so I might have done one that was already in those. But I know one coming up is from a part that I haven't seen. Alright, this one is... Satisfaction. Isaac Original Extended. We're just going to focus on Satisfaction. This one looks a lot like Idealistic. I forgot these were both in the same game because like the costumes are very similar. Like, there's this one and then there's Idealistic, which was this one. They look very similar. Much like Idealistic, the problem with this is it's just kind of a concept. Not really anything. It's hard to kind of find something out of this just because, like, it's just a word that means, like, it's just a descriptor. Although this is a noun, but still. This feels like a thing that somebody would say. Just like satisfaction. Like Yellow Temperance says, do you understand? Satisfaction. Ugh, I feel like this would be one like Cinderella. Not necessarily in power set, just kind of like the name. Well, no, I guess Cinderella's a bad example. Oh, there's some stands where like the name. Actually, well, you know, Cinderella is not a bad direction to take this in with Satisfaction. Because that one's all about, like, customizing your own appearance. Satisfaction. Me Googling the word satisfaction just to get a... I know what satisfaction means. But, like, seeing the definition written out makes me think... It can make me think of... like, what exactly it means. Or what would it mean in a power set type of situation. We already used for our Idealistic a planning one, so we can't do that again. Satisfaction. to do with satisfaction. Because the lyrics on this one are also pretty simple. It's just push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. And then it's just that for like a good repeat for a while. I guess. Could this just be like the dopamine stand? Stand that just gives you dopamine? I feel like that's the best thing I can get out of satisfaction. Ironically unsatisfying. But like that's the thing I can think of it with satisfaction. It's just like it gives you dopamine to be like, yeah, that's the stuff. That's the stuff right there. I'm satisfied. Yeah, I guess I'm going with that one because I can't think of anything else for satisfaction. All right, one I know I can skip coming up, but I'll still say it just to establish. Hey Ya was a part 7 stand, so we don't gotta worry about that. We can skip this one. Oh, and then of course into another one that's going to be difficult.
You know, maybe we could do Hey Ya. Maybe like I know it already exists, but I mean it'd be a lot easier than this one.
It is called Muggsy Baloney. What does that mean? What does that mean? I think that's a Just Dance original. Muggsy Baloney is Muggsy Baloney is a character from Just Dance 2. That is incorrect. It is a song from Just Dance 2. The song title is a word pun in reference to Bugsy Malone, a 1976 British musical gangster film which was set in Chicago in the early 1920s. Huh. That gives me something to work off of. What else? I guess that's all I'm getting is that one little piece of trivia. Maybe Bad Company, but Mafia? That's not a bad idea. I guess I gotta look up more about Muggsy, or Bugsy Maloney? Bugsy Malone. Introducing Bugsy Malone, a penniless boxing promoter who is a little too popular with the broads, but a nice guy. This just makes me want to check out that musical. Uh... Could it just be like a Tommy gun? Trying to think of something that would work with Bugsy Malone, but I don't know much about this. There's so much text here. Bugsy is saved by Leroy Smith. Introduces him to boxing coach Cagey Joe. These character names are incredible. Bugsy recruits a large group of down-and-out workers at a soup kitchen. Bugsy and his army disguise themselves as waiters and patrons. There's an interesting idea. I just saw what you said, negative. That's good. I know this is like just like a sliver of Bugsy Malone's story. It's just a disguise thing, but that might be a good idea. A master of disguise. But then again, that's just yellow temperance. Damn, actually. Infiltration. Boxing. There's a lot of stuff that's just kind of overlapping with stuff that we've already used or stuff that's in the show. I think I'm just gonna go with the Tommy gun because that's like classic gangster iconography. Unarmed patrons serve cream pies. That's okay. There we go. We can give him a gun and pies, I guess. I don't know. The fact that there are guns involved makes me feel at least a little satisfied with saying Tommy gun. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Could be just, yeah. I think the stand would be like a guy who's good at disguises and has a gun. So basically just Spy TF2 if he had the Tommy gun that I forget who has. I think that's a heavy weapon, question mark? I don't know. I don't remember who gets the Tommy gun in Team Fortress. I might actually have been fine with this being a weekend thing. Not because I'm getting exhausted, but because I realize we're only halfway through Just Dance 2, and I still need to do the DLC. And I definitely don't want to split the DLC up between sessions. Because it's only like Just Dance 2 through 2014 where that's going to be a real problem is how much DLC there was. And even then, I don't know if... a lot of the later Just Dances kind of just recycle old DLC. Or even old songs. So, a lot of their DLC is just repeats of DLC or even other songs from previous entries, so we'll see. For now, we've got, Baby Girl. This song is called Baby Girl. I'm not just calling him Baby Girl. Baby Girl. Oh. I have no idea on this song. Giant baby rattle. A lot of baby ones. A lot of babies. Who sent these babies to fight me? The term "baby girl" in this song is very flirtatious, but we already had one. We're adding Riz. I feel like this is another one that would be wielded by a baby, but I don't know what. It just feels like Octoon Baby, where the stand user would be a baby. Here's an idea. Oh, this is a terrible idea, but I'm cooking. I'm gonna cook with it. What if it's a baby that can cause earthquakes? Like, the baby is a stand user, and it causes earthquakes, because like half the lyrics in the song are about shaking it or moving it, and it's just like, well, babies can't really dance, so like, I mean they can, but like very minimally. So like, what if it's a baby that just causes earthquakes, just causes the ground to start shaking, and it depends on the baby's mood. Like, if the baby is happy, you basically gotta keep this baby happy at all times. Because if the baby's happy, everything's normal. Baby gets upset, starts shaking. The more upset the baby gets, the more the ground starts to shake. And the funniest part would be, this feels very Jojo. The baby would not be crying because of the earthquake. The baby would be crying of, like, something, like, about the circumstances. The baby would not process there is an earthquake happening, because it's their stand. It's normal for them. They've become numb to it. So it's just a baby that causes earthquakes if you upset them. So you gotta keep it happy. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. Next is... Okay, we're at the halfway point, I think, with the song. Oh, well, no, because we haven't done the DLC yet. Damn it. Oh, well. We got Jungle Boogie. Jungle Boogie. Jungle Boogie. I think this one, I keep going with the pocket dimensions, but I would have, well, I guess it doesn't have to be a pocket for this one. This one can just be like a jungle springs up. Like you just find a jungle where a jungle should not be. Like, imagine them walking through a city that is also a jungle. That was not designed to be a city in a jungle. Like, imagine New York, but it has a jungle. I guess concrete jungle at that point. Like, that sounds cool. That sounds like a cool concept. Just having a jungle, that's also a city. And everybody's like, what's this jungle about? That sounds pretty good. Alright. Another easy one, relatively easy one coming up should be Copy it. Nope. Crazy in Love. I feel like this is another one that's pretty straightforward. Just makes them madly in love with the target. Well, maybe not with the target. I think it could be like a Cupid arrow of sorts. Just like, you can make someone madly in love with a thing of your choice. You have to, it's basically, I think it would just be a Cupid arrow. You just shoot them, shoot whatever you want them to be madly in love with, and then, boom, there you go. They're distracted by whatever they're madly in love with. It wears off after a certain amount. I think to avoid uncomfortable implications with this one, it wears off after a certain amount of time, and like, yeah, if you defeat the stand user, it wears off immediately. I think that would be how this stand would work. Okay, that one was pretty straightforward. Now for another fucking confusing as hell one. Just Dance 2 is holding no punches. Soul Bossa Nova. Whoa, huh? Okay, I'm thinking about something with, like, the souls. Like something along like what Silver Chariot does. I'm glad that listed under the media use of this song is Just Dance 2. Oh shoot, did I take my medicine? Eee. I took one of my medicines, I didn't take the other. Glad I'm remembering that at 8 p.m. Oh well, better now than never. Oh, I'm almost out. Should get a refill on these. Okay, yeah, I thought the song was in Austin Powers. If I understood what Bossa Nova was, maybe I'd have an easier time with this. Relaxed style of samba developed. I think, okay. I think I know where I can take this. This one might be a bit of a stretch, but in fairness, like I said, the titles don't always have to match up super much with their powers. What if this is a power you can use to resonate with things? Like, imagine, like, you can't literally talk to animals or read minds or, like, project into minds. But, like, basically, they're just, like, I don't know if empath's the right word for this, but, like, yeah. You are one with all around you. I like that pitch negative. I think the inverse is an interesting concept to play around with, though. Where instead of taking a soul just out of the body and trapping it in something, I think invoking things with your soul is something that would be interesting. Like, essentially, like, basically, like, possession, but not? I don't know if possession's quite the right word, because you're still you. You're still in your body. You can just also, like... something that, like, makes things under your control, I guess? I don't know. Some way to, like... put your soul into things around you, essentially. I guess it would just be possession at that point, yeah. I think possession is an interesting power set. I think, though, not possessing other humans. Well, I think... Actually, that's an interesting take. Ooh. I think, like, you can possess things, but if you are trying to possess something that is, like, on the same level of, like, thought as you are, you will have to fight them. Like it's not gonna be, like, Exorcist level. It's more just gonna be, like, for lack of a better comparison, fighting for the front in the system. Just like, I am the captain now. I don't usually like comparing possession to systems or vice versa, but, like, I think that's the best way to put it. It's just, like, you can possess, like, inanimate objects or animals super easily, but if you're trying to possess a person, they either need to be not as smart or clever as you, or they have to be weak-willed. If they're someone with a strong will, good intelligence, and good wit, then you will have a hard time, if not an impossible time, possessing them. But I like the idea of putting your soul in something more than taking a soul out of something with this one. Even though I don't know if I understood quite what bossa nova means in this context. I think that resonating your soul with something is interesting with this title, given it's a genre of music in the title. All right. Next up, we have DANCE. Now, we could go the easy route, or we could get a little creative with this. Because on the easy route is just like, Stan makes you dance. Like, it literally says dance right there on the screen. But you'll note there are dots. And while in the song itself, they just kind of spell out dance, D-A-N-C-E, you could make this into an acronym for something. Like, I could see them making up some acronym and then just abbreviating it to D-A-N-C-E, kind of like D4C. But what acronym could be made out of D-A-N-C-E? I need the kids next door on this shit. I like this answer. I was trying to see like, does anybody have a good acronym on Google for dance? And someone asks like, what is the full form of D-A-N-C and E in the word dance? And someone responds, the full form of dance is dance, ants, You can find that answer idiotic. That's how your question is. Dance is not the abbreviation of any phrase like IBM, as someone said. I'm too lazy to think of an abbreviation. I like that. I like that. Just dance, ants, Dance acronym. I'm really struggling on an acronym. We can't just go with dancing because that's like we got Just Dance for that. I'm really trying to think of the same line of thought as like D4C, where it like travels between dimensions, despite it just being called Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. So far, my brain is just thinking of like doing a blank close enough, but like A would not be abbreviated. It would be DNCE at that point. And that's a band. Doing anything nearly close enough. Your adequacy the stand. I guess that's it. That's the first acronym I can think of for DANCE. Doing anything nearly close enough. I guess. Sure. Just adequacy the stand. You meet the bare minimum of what is expected. You will not fail. You will not succeed impressively. Nearly close enough implies you just missed the minimum. You're right. You're right. So you don't pass. You just barely miss. This is the funniest stand idea ever. This is like perfect. This is just Wile E. Coyote in a stand. I like that. That's my final answer. Doing anything nearly close enough means that you don't quite get there. God, what a nightmarish stand that would be to have. But that is my final answer for DANCE. It did the fucking disconnect thing. Of course it did. What's the funniest one so far? The one we just made was doing anything nearly close enough. So it's just like constant near misses. That's pretty funny. I don't know what else really gotten me. I know there's been a few that's like really gotten me to laugh though. The Just Dance 2 lineup has been very, very rude to me. Gotta be something from 1 that really got me. Mashed potato time was pretty good. Just mashed potato Green Lantern, that's pretty good. Sorry to hear about that, Sai. Alright. Next song. Might be an easy one. I don't know. We'll see how satisfied I am with the answer that I give. Sympathy for the Devil, Fatboy Slim remix. And I have to go here. Real? There we go. I feel like this one is just like Is this just a stand that plays devil's advocate constantly? Just like, well, I mean, in their defense. Actually, This drink is very watered down. I think that's I think that's what I have to go with for Sympathy for the Devil. So I'm looking at specifically, like obviously again, no parenthesis. This is just the main title. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with the stand that just plays devil's advocate. Because there are talking stands. There could be a stand that's just like constantly being contrarian for no reason. Alright, what's next? Ah, another classic. Although he looked so fucking demented in this art. There we go. Rasputin. I feel like this is another straightforward one. Just, like, very hard to kill. Because, like, the whole thing about both Rasputin the guy and Rasputin the song is just, like, I believe, like, just, like, he was very hard to kill. Went through a lot of things that should kill people and survived. It could just be like Rasputin from Anastasia, essentially. Just like immortal, but at what cost? Yeah, they put some poison into his wine. He drank it all, and he said, "I feel fine." They didn't quit. They wanted his head, and so they shot him until he was dead. Yeah. So yeah, I guess just like immortality asterisk. You have like high tolerance for anything that would kill, and so the way that you would be killed is by doing like basically way more than like feasible from way more than like any other human being would need to be done too. You would need to be killed like 7 times over to actually die. So you would basically be immortal asterisk. This one might be okay. Jump in the line. My first thought is that you have to stay on a line. Yeah, I like that. My brain just went like, oh, it's just the Stanley Parable adventure line. Yeah, just like that. You have to stay on the line to some capacity. There's a lot of these ones that just like basically get you stuck. But like essentially just like you have to follow the line to the letter or else pain. There's just a lot of these ones that are just like you're stuck in this situation until you get out of it. But in fairness, again, that's very Jojo. There's a lot of stands that are like that, like the Darbies, Jailhouse Lock, Mary Lynn Manson or whatever. I guess Bastet. Okay. But I think, yeah, just basically there being a line of, like, that you have to follow to the end of the path. And then you can put dangerous things along or at the end of that path. But it has, like, a length limit. Once it hits a certain length, they have to be free. It also seems like a fun one to, like, turn back on the user. Like, imagine once you're free of the line, they try to hit you with the line again, and they end up hitting themselves, which means they have to stay on that line. Or they hit themselves with a line that is a circle, so they just have to, they're only limited to walk around in a single circle. That sounds like a very JoJo punishment. Next one is Wake Me Up Before You Go. Only thing I can think of for this one is like basically a stand alarm clock. Like that's all I could think of for this one. It's just basically like an alarm clock that guarantees that you will be awake. because it is a part of your body. Somebody just has like a really good internal clock. They're really punctual. This is the Clock King's stand. He has to wake up. I mean, I guess this would work against like Death 13. And I think only that. Yeah, that's all I can think of for this one. This next one is also another one that's probably pretty straightforward. And also very interesting, given its history with the series. I think you could tell just from the image. Walk like an Egyptian. I mean, I feel like this one's pretty self-explanatory. You know what I think this would do? I think this would be like, imagine, for those of you who played like Link Between Worlds, imagine you are Link being like pushed into a wall, but it's somebody doing that to you. That I think would be the ability of Walk Like an Egyptian, is that you are now turned into a wall description. What do you also mean wake you up before you go, an omniscient stand? You know, the exact same time when something will happen. Ooh, okay. So yeah, it's similar to Epitaph, but like it's less about seeing like the immediate future and more like seeing a far out event. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that working for Wake You Up Before You Go. That basically like turns into it basically just gives you Raven's power from That's So Raven. You just see an out of context vision, and you like. Although Raven doesn't know when it's gonna happen, she just knows how it's gonna happen. But yeah, I could see that working for Wake You Up Before You Go, so it's not just an alarm clock. I think that one could work because you would know the exact time that happens. But it would be it would be like Raven's power in that you cannot control it. You know when something's gonna happen. I think that would make it different enough from Epitaph, is that like you see the future, but in random intervals. You know when it's gonna happen, but you don't know how you get there, why, how you would deal with it. You just know. Basically, it's just like, yeah, it's like Raven or Bruno's abilities, except you have an actual like time attached to it. Yeah, okay, I could see that working. But yeah, anyway, Walk Like an Egyptian, the one we're actually on. Yeah, I think that one would just like turn you into a wall painting, essentially. I don't know how you would get out of it though. I think this is another one that would have to have a limitation set on it. Like, you can only turn so many things into wall painting, and if it's something that moves, then that limits you even further. Like, you could store a bunch of like stationary objects in the wall if you wanted to, using this power. But if you wanted to put a person or animal or even like a moving object, then you would have a limitation on how many and to like what extent it would be. And then I feel like that's your limitation. I like that idea though. I like this just because I'm not just being like, yeah, you have to do the Walk Like an Egyptian pose everywhere. Like, that's such a basic answer. I like the idea more that you're turned into a wall painting, because that feels much more JoJo. Just having to deal with being two-dimensional. This one's going to be really annoying. This next one. It is It is just called the power. Like the power to do what? The power to do what? The power to do what, Snap? This could literally be anything. We could give it any power and it could be the power. Okay, I think, after fussing about how vague it is, I think if something's called the power, it's gotta be like the ultimate, like end goal of a antagonist. Or an end goal of a protagonist to keep out of an antagonist's hands. What power would be that powerful that hasn't already shown up in Jojo? I guess reality warping would exist. Max Brass the Stand. Jesus. Well, I guess... I think there is one that warps reality, but it's one I haven't seen yet. I think the power would just be a massively broken ability like that, where you can change reality to your whims. What if it's a stand that gets exponentially powerful but at an infinite rate? That is also something that would make sense. It could also be just a buff to your current abilities. Like, what if the power is just like something like the stand arrow or the holy corpse, where like it just increases your natural ability. I like that one. I think that's my final answer. Is that like the power is an ability that you can like stand question mark that like in the amplification to stand. Yeah, it amplifies your current abilities. So like whatever you already have is increased tenfold, possibly even 100-fold, since the sound, like I said, this sounds very much like end game, end of a part power ability to have. It's very much adjacent to like the Requiem arrow or the Holy Corpse. It would be like that kind of ability. Wow, thanks the power for having such a vague ass name that I just gotta get to put whatever I want here. And just be like, yeah, that's my answer. There is no wrong answer. I mean, there is no wrong answer, generally speaking, but like, this one's so vague, I could have literally said anything, and it would have counted as a power. Because that's how stands work, is that they inherently have power. Anyway, another annoying one, jump. I guess you just jump really high. I don't know. Like... That's the main two options I could think of is either you jump really high, yeah, high jump from Kirby, or you make your opponent constantly jump. It's basically either a high jump for you or a pogo jump for them. It could be both. It could be both. I mean, the main reason I think of like a pogo jump for them is just like crisscross will commence to make you jump, jump. I think counting both of those collectively, like making you have a super jump or making your opponent constantly jump, I don't think those two are intrinsically opposed. I like that idea. It basically means you have to fight in the air, which could be to the detriment of some stands. Some stands don't really work well in the air. Granted, some stands work even better in the air, so again, that depends on the matchup. Next one is Monster Mash. I feel like the best answer for this is I worry I'm being too derivative of scary monsters, but like that's an interesting idea of like turning the people around you who are not stand users into a monster army, or just summoning a monster army. Because I feel like with Monster Mash, it's got to be monsters plural. It can't be a singular monster. It can't just be like Frankenstein or vampire. This is a mash. They did the Monster Mash. It was a graveyard bash. I think, yeah, turning people around you into monsters, that sounds fitting for the Monster Mash. There's various monsters. Frankenstein, Wolfman, Mummy, Vampire. Basically surround, like... It's just a Goblin King from that Scooby-Doo movie, basically. Limp Bizkit, but not invisible. That's not a bad idea. I think zombies should be included in this. Zombies count as a monster. But I think if it's just zombies, you could have just used like the song called Zombie. Zombie, zombie. Even though that's not in Just Dance. So that wouldn't have been off the table. I don't know if I like my first thought for this one. This might need some cooking. I'm not sure. Next one is Take Me Out. I want to say just like a stand that's like a hitman. I'm pretty sure there's a stand user that is a hitman. So like I don't know if that's redundant. But like a stand that's like just sniper TF2, like aimbot. Actually, that's yeah. Basically aimbot stand. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Because like when you think about aimbots, they don't take context into account. They're just like aim at target, shoot. So depending on the stand user, if they could take advantage of that weakness of just like they're constantly aiming at the target by like, because they can only aim at one target at a time. So if they're going up against a team of stand users, one stand user may be constantly targeted by the sniper, but as long as there's at least one other teammate still standing, they can try to find the sniper. So I think if this was in a fight, you would like, it's almost Manhattan Transfer. Like, yeah, I know. But like I said, I can be derivative if I want. I think you would have to, like, track him down, yeah. Or deflect. I don't know. I can't think of much else for Take Me Out besides that. Other than, like, funny answers of hee-hee. Flirting or hee-hee, fast food. I guess it doesn't have to be a sniper. Yeah, like, yeah. I think, Peter, you're going where my brain just went, where it's just like, it could also be like a hitman in the sense of like, the hitman games. It doesn't have to be a sniper. It can be like a stealthy guy. Like he's constantly chasing you down, but instead of being this like big, giant, easy like to notice thing, it's more stealthy. That's an interesting concept. I like that, Peter. It's more spy TF2 than sniper TF2, although it's just spy without his disguise kit. Not he can cloak, but he can't disguise, or he's just naturally stealthy. He's just hiding corners, like a little gremlin. Yeah, I like that. I like that approach to Take Me Out. More like a hitman than a literal like sniper hitman. This next one might be a little bit silly. That's not my name. I feel like this has gotta be some, like, Rumpelstiltskin fucking shit. Where if you don't know the person's name, you like, they have some ability you can't stop until you know their name. And then once you say their name, they get defeated. But I don't know what that ability would be. Maybe something in the lyrics could tell me? Ooh, there's an idea. What if this power is the ability to go under someone's radar until you know their name? Like, this would be perfect for, Diavolo. Imagine, like, basic, like, oh, I forget what they called it in Doctor Who when this came up on occasion. But, like, essentially, like, you cannot perceive that person in any capacity until you know their name. If you know their, like, it's something they can turn off. Like, it is passive, and they can, like, they could, I think the way that they get around, like, being invisible to everyone is that they would say their name. And then when they say their name, boom, you can see them. But, like, and you don't forget them. That feels too far, just being, like, the silence from Doctor Who. Like, that feels too far. You don't forget them, so it's a power that can only really be used against people who have no idea who you are. Which admittedly is very situational, but if you're in a situation like Diavolo's, or Kira's for that matter, where you don't let people get to know you because you want to stay hidden, then that's pretty advantageous, all things considered. The only people who would know of you are the people who already know of you, or people that you allow to know of you. I guess it would also make it easier to hunt down people that do know of you, because they would be like, "Hey, I see that guy," and if you like, if you can see that they can see you, that's the guy you gotta take out, because they know who you are. So someone told them your name, or they heard your name. This is the exact kind of stupid shit Jojo would pull. I love this, actually. I love this idea. There's a lot of Jojo antagonists that try to hide their identity. So having a stand that's literally doing that, that sounds incredible, to be honest. Alright. Next up. The Shoop Shoop song. It's In His Kiss. I'm going to be focusing on the parentheses this time. I'm going to ignore the Shoop Shoop song because those are just words. You're not saying anything. Those aren't, you're just making up shit. The Shoop Shoop song. So, obviously, this would be an ability that involved kissing. But what does the kiss do? Because we already have a romantic stand. I forget which one I gave it to. But there was already one that I said was like a Cupid arrow. Could be like a kiss of death. If someone kisses you, you die. After a certain time. I could see that. If you get kissed by the stand, you will die. I think, okay, there's an idea. If you get kissed by the stand in any capacity, you have a set amount of time before you will die. And you will feel weaker and weaker with more time passing. However, kisses you on the lips, dead right then and there. That feels fair. The only thing is I don't know, like, of a cure. Other than, of course, defeating the stand user. I guess if they kiss a second time, like, they can't kiss you back to life. Well, maybe they could. We could do, like, a fairy tale thing, but, like... I don't know if a second one would make it better or worse. Ah! You could kiss back. That would be interesting. Although, depending on the stand design, you might not want to. But that's... I'm not pitching the stand design. I'm not thinking of, like, what these look like. I'm thinking of abilities. And, like... just mainly just, like, the powers. What power set would a stand have with this name? But I like the idea that the way that you can get out of it is by kissing it back. Mainly because, like I said, the kiss on the lips is, like, immediately dead. So, like, it would mean that you would have to not kiss it on the lips. Because, like, if you return a kiss with it on the lips, it's like, well, that just kind of would negate it anyway. Yeah, I think that works, I guess. For as much as I can come up with a stand ability for it in his kiss. This is... Yeah, basically. Kiss the homies goodnight. I guess, yeah, it could also work on your stand as well. Alright, next is... Oh, we're almost near the end of the base game stuff. Then we just have the DLC to get out of the way. I did, in fact, get a second wind on this. But it's mainly just because we're out of all the Just Dance 2 songs that are, like, really trouble. A lot of these last ones are, like, are ones that are, like, easier, question mark. Although I say that, and then we're going into this one. Cosmic Girl. What ability, what power would be considered cosmic? We already have a stand user that makes things zero gravity. So, trying to avoid that. I said I can be derivative, but that's by accident, not on purpose. If I make up a stand and then we realize it matches something, that's one thing. If I realize ahead of time that it's something, then I'm not touching it. My heart's at zero gravity. She's from a cosmic world. Transmitting on my frequency. Yeah, a lot of this is just stuff we already did. Asked me how I like to magnetize. That's also already a stand. Laser beamed me with her cosmic eyes. That could be something. Maybe it's like your normal, like, humanoid stand, but she has laser beams that she can shoot out of her eyes and hands? Question mark? I think that could work. I think just like a normal humanoid stand that do the usual, like, Aura, Muda nonsense, and then also has lasers is not a bad idea. Yeah, I think that could work. I think that could work quite well. Concussive. Optic blast! Optic blast! Yeah, just girl Cyclops, basically. Except it's actually heat lasers. Yeah, I think I'll work with that for Cosmic Girl. Now, this one's another tricky one. Ooh. Body Movin' Fatboy Slim remix. We've already used, like, you have to keep moving. So, what could we do with this? I mean, there's still Fatboy Slim, I guess. I don't know. I don't think the lyrics are going to be much help here, because most of the lyrics don't have to do with body moving. Besides the chorus, which is, like, not that much. Hey, do the robotic satisfaction. That's... I think that's a reference to the song Satisfaction? No, that doesn't make sense, because this came out in 1998 and Satisfaction was... What the hell? What do you mean robotic satisfaction? Songs were like 4 years apart. I really like their Fatboy Slim in the second title. There's 3 different Fatboy Slim songs. What if instead of forcing your body to move constantly, it's rather like... What if it's something that helps you move your body instead of forces you to? What if it's something that, like, if your body is in a condition where it cannot move, it moves it for you? That could be something, right? Like if you're stunned or like if you're injured, you could keep moving without risk of injury. That's something. Not really necessarily a quick healer so much as it is, I don't know what you would call it. Something that allows you to move your body without risk of further damage or pain. I guess it's more like your stands puppeteering your body. Which sounds morbid, but like also like a little bit cool. It's just like, imagine those improv games where a second person has to move around the first person because they can't move. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about, but like that kind of deal. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Just like an ability that lets like it's a stand ability, a humanoid stand ability that allows to move your body without further cause of injury. Like, it is essentially just a second body that you can pilot. Basically just like a stand mech is what I am thinking of. That actually is pretty hardcore, to be honest. Alright. What's next? Oh. Alright. Viva Las Vegas. This one gives your opponent a gambling addiction. That's again, this is all I can think of. My stand, Viva Las Vegas, will make you go thousands of dollars into debt. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got on this one. What, do you already have one? It'll get worse. It'll get worse. You can make it worse. It can always get worse. Anytime that you think you would tap out, you would immediately gamble like twice as much. Here's another one that's gonna be trouble because vague. A slot machine shows up in front of you and you must gamble everything. This would be dangerous with that stand user, the one with the like the baseball game. All right. What the fuck do I do with this? All right. This yet again just feels like something that somebody would say, like, all right. How about makes the opponent really agreeable? like obnoxiously so? Like they can't say, you basically make a person can't say no to something. No, I don't like the implications of that. Like, yeah, it could be a bad guy using that, but like, or if people can't use the left side of their body, that would be interesting. Or like right side of the brain. That's the creative one? Yeah, I think that's the creative side. Although I think that's a myth. This is harder than Satisfaction. Alright. Alright. See, the lyrics are all like chill. What if it's just marijuana stand? Like, he's just a really chill guy. I don't know. I don't know if that's the effect marijuana actually has. But that's the effect that I usually see it when I've seen other people use it. It's just like really relaxed, really zoned out, like just having a good time, you know? Like, yeah, I feel alright. Did we already have one that like makes a person like super calm? I guess that's for themselves, to keep themselves level-headed. So this would be just like making someone else carefree, like, whatever, I can get to that later. Yeah, it just lacks from Lilo and Stitch, I guess. Just make someone really like lazy or really vibey or really out of it. Just zoned out. Yeah, alright, I can work with that. Alright. I said alright, and I forgot that the name of the song was called Alright. Rockefeller Skank. Wow, these lyrics are not gonna be much help. Right about now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now, the Funk Soul Brother. I don't understand what the title means. Given that the Rockefeller Skank draws heavily on a ska reggae song for the bass line at the heart of the beat, it's only fitting that Cook alludes to the genre in the title for the single. The skank is a dance invented in dance halls of Jamaica during the late 50s and early 60s, which was popularized by Caribbean communities in London. Ska music evolved in the years that followed. It has since become a signature dance of offshoot genres as diverse as ska, punk, and drum and bass. Common slang term for something grandiose, luxuriant, or extravagant for Rockefeller. Coined by sitcom. Sure. Um. This wouldn't be a bad one for turning people into gold, like somebody said before. Hmm. Drop stinky rocks on people? Where's that coming from? Oh, 'cause rock fella skunk. I get it. That's funny. I think something with rocks is not a bad idea, to be honest. Take it a little bit more literal. Like, even more so than the literal definition. Like, just like, there's rock in it, like a pun. But then again, we have a rock lobster in Just Dance 4 we'll have to worry about later. What about on the point of turn people into gold? What about just turning, like, what about just alchemy? Turning things just generally into gold. I don't know exactly what practical application that would have in a fight, but it could be an option. Turning things into gold. I think I'll stick with that. I think it's like turning things into valuable materials. It's very situational, but like I could see it. I could see it being a power. Not really one you could really use in a fight, but like if there's something important. And it could be used on people, but I don't know. That feels like a little broken. I don't know. But then again, I said there was one that turned people into glass, so. I think one that works like Giorno's ability, but instead it's like, instead of only living objects, it's only inanimate objects. I think that is the best way to phrase that. So it has the same kind of freedom Giorno's ability does, but it can't affect a like live opponent. It can't affect someone who is alive. I think that's a good way to balance that. I think we're barely not gonna make it through all the stuff of base game. Well, actually, we have made it through all the base game Just Dance 2 stuff just now. But there are still 3 songs that come with a base game version of this, and we aren't gonna get through all of those before the next ad break. But I'll get them up. This one is should I stay or should I go? Yet again, my brain is like gravitating towards a lyric. Lyric would be, if I go, there will be trouble. Wait, what is it? If I stay, there will be trouble. If I go, there will be double. Is that the lyric? One of the two of those. If I go, there will be trouble, and if I stay, there will be double. I feel like, yet again, this is another one that's just kind of a trap stand of just, like, put you in a situation where you have to make a choice. Where, like, if you stay, you'll be in a illusion of choice to stand. I mean, essentially, yeah. Just, like, you have to either sort through something, or if you, like, there will be consequences, but, like, you basically just have to, like, It's about sacrifice. The only question is, what is the sacrifice it makes you play? It makes you do. What is the trouble and the double? I think it's just like, it causes some amount of pain, and it will be double the pain if you go. But I don't think either one can be fatal, depending on the situation. I think it puts you in a scenario where you have to choose, and the way to get out of it is like the stand user being like, I choose a third option. Fuck you. You don't decide for me. So they still deal with the pain of the effect, but they power through that to defeat the guy. It's essentially just like willpower and strength, essentially. Just like, there will be more pain leaving to go chase after the guy, but like, their opponent does not care about the pain. They care about beating the ass of the guy. So, like, if it was up against, like, Jojo or Jolene, they'd be fucked. Because it's just like, I don't care how much pain I go through. I'm kicking your ass. Trouble, double, who gives a shit? I want you dead. Yeah, I think it's a stand that puts you in a dangerous situation, and leaving it would be more dangerous. And so you have to find a loophole to get out of both. Or just deal with the pain, depending on what kind of opponent this person would be facing. Yeah, I like that. I like that, alright. Alright. Ad break coming up, so we'll take a quick break, and then we'll get through the last 3 songs of base game Just Dance 2, and then the DLC, which hopefully shouldn't take too long, but there is a lot of it for Just Dance 2 specifically. And not as much as I thought. I'm gonna eat my burger. It's been waiting for me all day. Ooh. Okay. Got veggies on it. I'm not much of a fan of those. Oh well. I'll cope. I'm gonna finish off my burger and download the DLC images in the meantime. We'll be back very shortly, even though the ad breaks over. Sorry I'm taking so long. Next time we do this, I'll have the images ready in advance. Okay. Oh, I downloaded YOY twice. Damn it. Oh well. I may have to cut off for the DLC. I don't know. How many songs are these? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 25. Eee. Probably said that at the top of the thing, didn't I? 25 downloadable tracks, yeah. How many songs are in the base game? 47. Okay, so we got about halfway through the base game. We can get through the DLC in probably about an hour. I hope. But let's finish up the ones that are in the actual base game itself. Oh yeah, that's not that many. Especially since I downloaded some of these twice. Delete. Delete. Yeah. All right. Funky. Oh wait, I didn't grab the title of it. Hold on. Funky Town. Funky Town. I think this is gonna be inverse of what we had for Groove is in the Heart. Instead of the opponent being stuck with their heart at a certain BPM of music, music naturally plays and everyone must move to the BPM of it, or everything will be, basically, like, everything else will be to the beat. So everything within a certain radius, besides any stand users, will be moving to the beat of the music that is produced by the stand. That's inanimate, well, not inanimate, like anything that moves will move to the beat. Whether that's like something alive or something that's just merely a moving object, it will move to that beat. I can imagine it being like a boombox or some kind of loudspeaker of sorts. All right, what about this one? Jai-ho, you are my destiny. I think we'll focus on the one that's in the parentheses. But what power would we get out of that? Other than, I guess, just epitaph again. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know how much I can contribute.
I mean, you don't really need to know too much about Jojo for this, other than, like, I guess for reference point of, like, what's been already done. All that really, the basic concept of the stream is just, like, song title. What power set would fit that song title?
I see.
So you are my destiny. What power could be gotten out of that? I guess, would it be weird having a power that tells you about someone before they enter your life?
I mean, that'd be kinda cool.
Just like future sight, but about people, not about events. I think that's a decent twist on that. Since it's you are my destiny, it would be about people instead of like something happening. It's someone entering your life in a significant way. Okay, yeah. I think that could work. Jojo's whole thing about fate and whatnot. Yeah, I like that answer. Alright, and then the last one that's in the actual base game before we start getting to the DLC stuff. It's the warm-up equivalent for Just Dance 2, but this one has a name called... Cheesy Cha-Cha. I think this... I hate when I first thought for this one, it's a stand that makes you cringe. As in, it makes you cringe-worthy. Worthy of cringe.
My thought involved literally cheese.
That could also work. Just get some fondue.
Yeah, but also make some dance.
Yeah?
Do the cha-cha and also drown them in fondue.
Stand names aren't usually that literal. Sometimes they are though, but I like the idea of a stand power that just makes you embarrassing to be around. It's like, God, Jolene or Jotaro, you'd be so fucking cringe right now. Although for some stand users, this would have no effect because they're already cringe.
Oh.
Like, I don't like this would do nothing to Joseph. Most of the Stardust Crusaders are already kind of like, GG, what are you doing? Thinking about Weird Al.
Weird Al?
Yeah, some stand users it wouldn't work on because they're already cringe, and then some stand users it wouldn't work on because they don't care if they're cringe. Like, Jotaro would just be like, okay, I don't give a shit about other people's opinions.
I'm cringe, but I am free.
Hmm?
I'm cringe, but I am free.
Exactly. What's next? We're getting to the DLC stuff. So next we have we have firework. I feel like this one's another one that's pretty self-explanatory. I feel like you would just have explosives. It's just Killer Queen, but like prettier, I guess.
I like the idea of like launching them first.
Ah, yeah, that could be cool. You basically just have missiles at that point.
Mm-hmm. The opening of Danganronpa 1.
I don't know if that's a firework. Killer Queen, but throwable? Yeah. Projectile Killer Queen, but you don't need a cat for it. Or a tank, I guess. Tank is also projectile. Yeah, that's all I could think of for firework. Just like literally just fireworks. Or blowing things up, but in a pretty way. Especially since it's baby you're a firework, so you could just blow up someone else. But again, that's just Killer Queen. So I guess it's just launch explosives. Next is Honda Replay. This one, like last one was hard to not be derivative of Killer Queen. This feels like it's gonna be hard to not be derivative of like Moody Blues.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't just replay events because that's one that already exists. So I'm trying to think of a way to do this power set without just being a Bakio again. Here is an interesting idea. What if you literally, like, okay, so Abakio, smooth moves? Moody Blues, sorry, WarioWare got on the brain. Moody Blues replays, like Moody Blues is the replay. Moody Blues is basically becoming that person and reenacting what they did. what if there was a power that forced the person to redo what they did? That could be an interesting take on that.
Interesting.
Because it could be put into a new context where it would be less than advisable, or it could trap them in a loop, or it could just like, put like if they were trying to get away, they would be sent back. Like I think that is a way to find a new take on that power, so that we're not just being Moody Blues again, is by making the replay the actual person, not the stand. You could also include like I think Moody Blues can only do people, so you could also include objects in that. Basically, kind of like a smaller version of Bites the Dust. It's like localized to a specific person, and only for a short amount of time. Like, that would be another limitation for Ponder Replay compared to Moody Blues, is that, like, Moody Blues, I think, can do, like, anything that happens. Ponder Replay, I feel like, would be a stand that could, like, due to its nature, would only have to be something that happened relatively recently, like, within the day.
Gotcha.
This one might be interesting. Barbie Girl.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they put that in Just Dance too. Choreography is fucking weird, as would make sense for Barbie Girl. What's funny is they also put Barbie in the game later on down the road. Like, she gets her own choreography. Sadly, I believe it is not for it is for a song that already has a default, so we won't be covering it. I mean, I think the thing that I can think of for Barbie Girl is just a stand that turns you into a toy. You are, this is now Toy Story. We've become Toy Story with this stand. I don't know if you keep your sentience or not as a toy. I would like to think that you do, and that's the limitation you have to work with, is that you are toy sized, you are toy shaped, you have only as much mobility as a toy may have. But, like, you are a toy now.
But this power is used on someone male, would it also force them?
No, I would say that it would just turn them into a toy. I know that the name is Barbie Girl, but like Ken also exists. Like,
True.
Ken is mentioned many times in the song in question. Besides, we already have a Force Femme stand, so like,
Yeah.
Womanizer is right there.
Oh.
Literally, I couldn't think of anything else. Womanizer. Like, it was either Force Femme or turn them into an asshole. And if I'm gonna if I have the choice to turn someone into either a woman or an asshole, I'm picking a woman.
Fair enough.
The world needs more women. The world needs less assholes. This is another one that's tricky because it's basically the same as the one we've already seen. This one's called Pump Up the Volume, which we already used for Pump Up the Jam. So I guess we have to. I hate this. So this one would make more sense to have this as a volume control stand. So that means Pump Up the Jam is now without an ability. So fuck it. Pump Up the Jam gets to be the inflation stand, and this is just a volume control stand. I'm sorry, Technotronic. You don't deserve that. But like, between Pump Up the Jam and Pump Up the Volume, this explicitly mentions turning up the volume. I cannot come up with an alternative for this one, which means that that other one is fucked. I'm sorry.
This entire time I was like, this is gonna somehow loop back to inflation, isn't it?
Oh god. I hoped it hadn't, but it did.
Trying to avoid it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a furry, but I wanna avoid stereotypes. I don't want
True.
people just being like, oh, furries are always talking about inflation. It's like, shut up. Maniac. I feel like this one just slowly drives you mad.
Hmm.
It's basically just like you get attacked by the stand and suddenly you have the sanity meter from Amnesia,
Oh no.
where you're just like hallucinating every now and then, and you have to keep yourself calm, or else you'll continue to hallucinate more and more until you die. Which is very morbid, but like again, it's Jojo. Speaking of furries. Not this one, the next one. Born to be Wild. I feel like this has to be the I keep just turning stands into like my specific niches of just like ADHD, feminization, and I feel like this has to be the TF stand. This has to be
my
the furry
God.
stand. It's literally born to be wild. Wild animal. You will just become animal. Like, oddly enough, I do not think there is a current stand. Maybe there's something in 7, 8, or 9, but I don't think there's a stand that turns you into an animal besides Scary Monsters, which turns people into dinosaurs. So
My
this could
brain
be
went-
that, but like it's just any kind of animal. I feel like it could be fitting depending on the person. Like that's like the stand just chooses what animal feels the most fitting. Kind of like that one episode of Teen Titans where they all get turned into animals in Mumbo's hat, except for Beast Boy because he already can turn into an animal, so he just can shapeshift between inanimate objects.
My brain oddly went to the born part of like, what if it just makes you like an infant again?
That already exists,
I
and
was
that
gonna be
guy's
like, hey,
gross.
how much do you remember of the ending of Sky High?
Unless he sucks so bad.
Oh.
Stand
Stand
gives you your
gives you-
government assigned persona, basically. What do I do with you? Professor Pumpenstickle.
Professor, I hardly know her.
uh, hmm. Could it just be like a really smart pumpkin themed stand? Like just basically fuse these two together into one person? Just like as a pumpkin that's very knowledgeable. Yeah, I guess that's one that like you could use to like if you're in a competition with a non-stand user, you could use it to cheat by giving you information. Basically just like invisible Google, but it's shaped like a pumpkin. Could also be like those pumpkins from like the Jerry Terry videos where they like give you accursed information with a little sly little smirk. That would be interesting, just like a pumpkin that can, like a pumpkin person that like tells you deep dark secrets and knowledge about the world that no one knows. That would be interesting. Because then in that case, the stand itself is not really the power. It's what you do with the knowledge it gives you. I mean, it does have the power of knowledge, but like, yeah, that's what it is. The power of knowledge. Schoolhouse Rock, but it's a pumpkin man. Oh, okay. This one's gonna be easy, but also kind of fucked. This next one's gonna be easy, but also kind of fucked. Because the moment you hear it, you're gonna be like, yeah, that certainly sounds like something that could be a stand power, but also at the same time, it's called Crying Blood. Yeah. I think that speaks for itself. I think that speaks for itself.
Like that.
You just cry blood until you have no more blood to cry, I guess. Upsetting.
My favorite thing.
But that's very Jojo. That's a very Jojo stand.
Yeah.
Very, very morbid. I don't really need to talk about that one in any more detail. Like I said, it kind of speaks for itself, so we can just skip on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these are in alpha... No, these aren't in alphabetical order. They're in alphabetical order in terms of the release order. So, like, each group seems to be in alphabetical order. Okay. This one is Down by the Riverside. You get to see Jesus. No. The baptism stand.
I mean, you can drown someone.
I mean, yeah. I think this is just another one where it just, like, summons something. Like I mentioned Jungle Boogie would make a jungle, or Funplex would make, like, a pocket Funplex. This would just make a river. Just through wherever you're, like, wherever the stand user is at, they just have a river. On that same note, I need to find the lyrics to this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is another one that could, like, lure the opponent into a state of giving up, because the whole song is about, like, laying down burdens, putting down sword and shield, just like forgiveness or whatever. So, like, the stand could be used to, like, basically put someone's guard down, because they're not even despite the jarring nature of a riverside in a location where a riverside should not be, they feel compelled not to fight. That would be interesting. Kind of like a what was it? You track a fly with honey or whatever. I forget what the figure of speech is, but like, just like trapping someone with kindness, I suppose. This next one is called Football Crazy. I feel like it's just a stand that attacks you with soccer balls. Again, this is one that I don't think there's any extra layers I could take this. It's just a stand that is very skilled at soccer and can attack you with either soccer balls or by turning things into makeshift soccer balls. Like if there was just a perfectly round rock, it could kick it in just such a way that it attacks you. This stand did not skip leg day. Actually, that's an interesting thought. A stand that's stronger on its legs than its arms. Because if it's football, like, they don't need to use their hands for much more than being a goalie. So that would be interesting, a stand that's more of a kicker than a puncher. Alright. Next is another one that seems pretty straightforward. Kung Fu Fighting.
Hmm?
Dave Ruffy, Mark Wallace remix.
Huh.
We're gonna be focusing on the stuff that's not in the parentheses on this one. I mean, I guess it's just a skilled kung fu. Yeah, like you just have like Iron Fist or Shang-Chi as your stand. Just like very good at kung fu. Like that's yet again, it's pretty straightforward. It's just called Kung Fu Fighting. So you just know Kung Fu so well that you manifest a stand partner. Which is a thing that happens in Jojo. Sometimes you can get so good at a skill that you just have a stand to help you with that skill. So like if Tonio can have Pearl Jam from being that good of a chef, a good Kung Fu fighter could have a stand that helps them fight Kung Fu by being like a Kung Fu partner. Either, I guess, for an opponent for training, or more likely, a teammate for fighting alongside. Like, unnaturally strong Kung Fu. Okay, next is... Ooh, this one's gonna be a bit tricky. Mambo number 5, a little bit of Monica. This one, either side of the equation is a little difficult, because Mambo number 5 tells me nothing. It's just the 5th Mambo. But a little bit of Monica, it's like, what would that be a stand? Like, a partial segment of a person. It's like, what does that mean? like a touch of, like a small bit of a person. It's like, what does that mean? What does that mean in the context of being a stand? Also, is it spelled with a K?
Apparently. In this case.
Oh. No, it's just... Oh, it's supposed to say just like a little bit of ... it looks like. Yeah. I don't know why they say a little bit of Monica. It's supposed to be a little bit of, but I guess Ubisoft made it a little bit of Monica in the game? Question mark?
Weird.
Let me check that.
I was about to say, weird. Good job, Ubisoft.
Aw, and you can't play it on the new one because it's on Unlimited. There's so many songs that are on Unlimited that aren't on Plus. I'm so fucking pissed about it. You could just put all the songs on the same service. Just renew it.
Yeah.
We have half the fucking songs. What do you mean I can't dance to a little bit of Monica anymore? Because it was DLC for a game. I mean, I can play it on Just Dance now, but that's why it's so fucking confusing. It was DLC for a game that no longer has a DLC accessible for. It's on Unlimited, but you can't buy Unlimited anymore. So if you want to play it, you gotta play Just Dance now, and who knows how long that's gonna stick around for. I'm honestly surprised they're still supporting Just Dance now, a decade later, considering Just Dance Unlimited's treatment, but like, and the fact that like barely anyone knows Just Dance now exists, but like, cool. Nice that they're an option to play some of the Just Dance Unlimited songs, somehow.
I'm so confused by the release model of this franchise.
It made sense until it didn't. Just Dance Unlimited was my favorite, like, way of just pointing, like, hey, subscription services can work, and then they fucked it because they're Ubisoft.
What's Just Dance Plus? Oh my god.
Because everything's got to be a plus now, even though it's minus! It's minus because it's less songs! It's literally not a
Just
plus.
Why is Just Dance by Lady Gaga part of the Plus expansion? Why isn't that not in the actual game? It's called
Well-
Just Dance.
Well, that's because that one does make sense because it's in Just Dance Plus because it was originally a song in Just Dance 2014, and all of their legacy songs are on the subscription service, which made sense for Unlimited because every time they made a new game, the old game songs could still be played in the new game in Unlimited. So if you didn't want to pull out your copy of Just Dance 2018, but you still wanted to update your high score on Just Dance 2018, you could pull out your copy of Just Dance 2022, go down to the Unlimited songs, and if you had Unlimited, you could still play your Just Dance 2018 levels and even improve your high score, which would carry back over to Just Dance 2018 if you ever did want to play 2018. The scores were across the board, just like no matter which game you played it in, that high score would show up in any other game. I think at least on the same platform. I don't know if my scores from 2017 showed up. My scores on 2017 PC showed up in 2022. I don't know about that. But then when they added Plus, you gotta start from scratch all over again.
Yeah.
You gotta megastar all those songs all over again, and there's tons of songs missing, but you can't ignore Just Dance Plus because A, you can't buy Unlimited anymore, and B, there's songs on Just Dance Plus that are also good that aren't on Just Dance Now, or weren't on Just Dance Unlimited, or aren't on a physical release, and it's just like, you made it so confusing, Ubisoft. I'm lucky that, like, there's a wiki that's keeping track of what goes where, so I at least know what to apply for these streams, you know? Like, if there was not a wiki keeping up of what is in which game, and in what way, this would not be a thing. We would not be able to keep track of which games had which songs first. It's so fucking confusing.
My brain is melting.
Yeah, imagine being a fan of this franchise for over a decade. Granted, it could be worse. I could be one of those people who was a fan of this franchise for a decade and a half. Some people have been here since the first game. I've only been around since, like, 2014.
Ah, gotcha.
I jumped on around Just Dance 2014 because my sister got it for Christmas. Never played it. I tried it once as like a gag because I was like, hey, I should try some of the games I never touched. And then I got 5 stars on Applause, and I was like, oh, I'm actually good at this game. And then I went down the cursed rabbit hole trying to get 5 stars on everything, and I was quite good. Mostly.
Yeah.
I wasn't like tournament level good. Which, yes, there's a competitive scene for Just Dance as well. I'm jumping all the Just Dance lore. There was a Just Dance World Cup. I think Just Dance was even at the Olympics, but even if there wasn't, there was a Just Dance World Cup, and if you won, you got to be in the game. You got to be in the game. That being said, I think some of those Just Dance World Cup choreographies aren't in Just Dance Plus, which is a shame because they worked really hard to get in the series, and to have them be cut just sucks. Like, I think New World is missing. I think New World's choreography is not in, or Hand Clap. Hand Clap is definitely missing. Hand Clap is not in Just Dance Unlimited, and that had an alternate choreography that was done by a Just Dance World Cup winner. Yeah, sure enough, New World also not there.
Frustrating.
Yeah. I worked really hard for that. That'd be so upsetting. Alright. Anyway, back to a little bit of Monica. Yeah. Yeah, Sheena, I've had that issue. Luckily, I did buy all the games physically. So, like... And the fun thing is, up to... Sorry, I said up to... It made me think of up to. Up to Just Dance 2017, I can mod my games to have the DLC that is missing, or the unlimited content that is missing, or even more. That's the funny thing about Just Dance 2017, is that, like... There's only been one PC release of Just Dance, and it's Just Dance 2017. And it's so funny to me because I think I think the reason why there was only one release, other than I guess potentially lack of popularity compared to other platforms, since the only way you could play it is with the phone controller, not with like any actual controllers or just a camera. I think the other reason why there hasn't been a Just Dance for PC is because there's so much modding for Just Dance 2017 PC. Like, there's so much modding for it. Like, you cannot buy the game anymore, and I have to wonder if part of the reason why is because Just Dance 2017 modding has been unlocked for like quite some time.
Interesting.
But yeah, you can also get the DLC on the Wii and Wii U versions as well by just doing it the normal way. You get stuff on your Wii and Wii U after the eShop and Wii Shop channel have gone down. Because you get, so one thing I haven't addressed, sorry to go on a complete info dump and ignore like the main premise of this stream for like a little bit, but like it's Just Dance stuff. I gotta info dump. I've gotten this far into the stream, focused on the Jojo side of this equation. I need to focus on the Just Dance side for a little bit.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So, where was I? Right. So you'll note that a lot of these ones that we're doing at the tail end of the stream, I mentioned are DLC, and that's because you could buy more songs for Just Dance 2. This is the second song in the franchise. But to clarify, or to remind you, there was DLC, and this game, Just Dance 1 and 2, were only released on Wii. So the way that they did DLC for Just Dance 2 is that you had to spend Wii points. You know that thing that you used on the Wii Shop channel? You had to get a Wii Points card and use the Wii Points card, open up Just Dance 2, go to the DLC tab, select the song that you wanted, and spend the points. The Just Dance franchise is one of the few entries, one of the few Wii games that has DLC that you buy with Wii points. It's so funny and wild. There were DLC for 2. That's what we're talking about. Mambo number 5 was DLC for 2, as well as a bunch of the songs we've already done, or the rest of the songs we're going to do. Like, everything since Firework that we've covered was all DLC. Firework was even free for a bit, as well as another one that we'll get to in a sec, or in a bit. But, like, it's wild to me that there was DLC for a Wii exclusive title and that you had to use your Wii points to get it. I mean, that was the case for all of the Wii DLC, to be clear. Like, so the DLC for 3, and I think even 4, 5, or not 4, 5, 4, 2014, and 2015 all had DLC that you had to use Wii points with. It's so wild. It's so wild to think about. It's so wild to think about it that you had to use Wii points. But once it came to Wii U, it did it the same. Then the DLC was handled the same way it was on every other platform. You had to spend the money to get it, like literal money. It's so funny though. Anyway, back to the actual topic of the stream. A little bit of Monica. What the hell would a little bit of Monica be? I mean, if anything, the name here is actually helping more than hurting, because if it was just a little bit of, it's like, a little bit of what? A little bit of what? What if it's just a tiny girl named Monica? Can't have a shrinking stand because there's already 2 of those, and what's funny is they're both in the same part. Because green grass of home, or whatever it's called, is in the same part as what was it, Goo Goo Dolls? The Goo Goo Dolls did that? I think it was Wes's stand. stand that's multiple girls.
Could also just be a Riz stand.
It's just a stand that you're just a system, but they have physical forms. As physical as the stand gets, I guess. A harem stand.
Oh no.
Oh, that cannot be my final answer, but that is very funny. I like Kylie's idea that each girl is a different power set.
Mm.
Both of those powers can't be that significant, or all of those powers can't be that significant. But I think the idea with the stand would be a master of all a jack of all trades, a master of none. So you could do a bunch. You would have a bunch of power sets, but all of them would be a lot more restricted than anyone who has that specific power set.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother making like powers for each of the individual girls. I'm just gonna say that the stand is like variety with the drawback of lack of strength. 7 girls, so 7 abilities. Yeah, yeah. I think that works. I think that works. The idea of just having a stand that is 7 different girls, and you can only use one at a time, to be clear. So it's basically a stand that has 7, a feminine stand that would have 7 different forms, and each form has a different power, but is much more limited in that power than somebody who specializes in that specific ability. I would figure it's like elemental stuff. That would probably be the easiest way to get 7 different things. So you could have like fire, water, electric, ice, wind, I don't know, light and dark. I'm just listing off Xenoblade weaknesses at this point.
Oh, so it's a blade combo.
I've already forgotten what the full meter is. It's been too long. I need to get back to that.
Fortunately, when you said harem stand, my first thought was, oh, so Xenoblade.
Hey, what? What?
I don't know why, but when you're like, oh yeah, like a plural harem or whatever you said, so it's like, oh, Pyro and Mytho. I don't know how to explain that.
I
My
don't
brain is.
know what that means either, yeah.
I don't know why my brain went to Pyro and Mytho. Anyway, moving on.
Next up, we got, yeah, I really got distracted because there's only a few more songs, but we'd spent a good amount of time on that. Then again, I also got stuck on this song as well. Next we got, 9 in the afternoon. The only thing I could think of is like a stand that makes the sky not match what time it is. Like 9 in the afternoon, it would be like super late at night when it's the middle of the day. Hi, Aiden.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it would be like, I think it would be that the sky does not match the time of day that it is. Because 9 in the afternoon would imply it's 9 o'clock, but that the sky is in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So you could make it like daytime when it's supposed to be nighttime, or evening when it's supposed to be the afternoon. What benefit would this serve you? I don't fucking know. I guess you could mess with your opponent's clock and make them oversleep. Unless they have wake me up before you go. At least the way that I pitched it, not the way Freeze pitched it, which I think is better. Yeah, it's supposed to be the size of the moon. This was actually a really fun choreography. Let me guess, it's not in Just Dance Plus. That's the thing that sucks about going back through all this backlog of just like songs, is that like if somebody's like, oh, that song's in Just Dance, I have to be like, well, yeah, but it was in a version that you can't play anymore. It was DLC or Just Dance Unlimited, and that's not a thing anymore. Luckily for Aiden, Just Dance Plus does in fact have 9 in the afternoon. I was wrong.
Yeah.
We were saved. We do have 9 in the afternoon. Although I don't think they have High Hopes, which is the same band, which is weird.
Really?
High Hopes is one of my favorite ones. And it's a shame, too, because High Hopes is like such a celebration of the Just Dance series, because it was made for the 10th anniversary, so you could see dancer, like, it was the end of the campaign mode for Just Dance 2020, where they, like, had you go through all the past games history, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2014, 2015, 2016, and you were just, like, picking up player after player after player, and then in Just Dance 2020, all the characters that were in the dances that you did or in the background. But I don't think High Hopes is in the new one. I think they omitted that one for now.
Now in Unlimited.
It is ironic that they went from Unlimited to Plus, because, like, not only is the joke that I made true of, like, it's not plus, it's minus because there's less songs, you literally had a platform called Unlimited, as in there is no limit, and now you have enforced a limit on that platform. It's just like, great, I guess Unlimited wasn't that unlimited.
Lightfall.
Light bulb?
I said delightful.
Oh. I thought you said light bulb. Light bulb. Next is... It's not unusual. There was a Just Dance story mode. There's a few Just Dance games that have story modes. Not many, but like, off the top of my head, 2016, I think, has a story mode. Like, it has like a Grand Prix style mode to it. Just Dance 2017, I think, has that Grand Prix style mode, plus a mode called Just Dance Machine, where you basically have to exercise a certain amount to fill up an alien spaceship so that they can blast off and go back on their journey. 2018 has that same mode again of Just Dance Machine. And then 2020 has All Stars mode, where you go through one song from each of the past games up till 2020. I think those are the main 4 that have a campaign of some sorts, though. I think they're trying to tell a story with the new ones, but, like, it's hard to really get a cohesive experience out of that, because you have to find the playlist for it, and, like, it's not an actual game mode, it's just a playlist. So you just play the songs in order and it tells a story, but there's no, like, cutscenes outside of the actual gameplay, so... And some of the stuff got cut. Like, I think there was gonna be a song that was oh fuck, what's the name? What was the name of that song called? It was an Eminem song. The fucking... You had one shot, one opportunity. Would you grasp it or let it slip? That song.
I do not know Eminem.
Lose Yourself, there it is.
Ah.
Opportunity comes one in a lifetime. It's not unusual. I think this feels very much like similar to what I gave That's Not My Name, but like, it's a stand that makes you overlook things. It's not unusual. Makes you realize things too late. Makes you less aware of your surroundings. I could see that. I could see that being one. Sorry, I dropped something. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. This next song is made by a band called A Band of Bees.
Amazing. 10 out of 10, no notes.
I can't believe Chloe was in a band. I don't know on this one. It's called Chicken Payback.
Yeah?
Yeah. Apparently it was a really popular song in the UK.
Interesting.
I think it's just I don't know. I guess the Cuckos or Kukos from Legend of Zelda. Yeah, Nicole's on the same page I am. It's like it's a chicken that if you attack in any way will attack you tenfold. There will be an army of chickens chasing after you and you cannot escape them until you either settle them or defeat the stand user.
Makes sense.
I think that works for Chicken Payback.
That's a specific song title.
A lot of these are very specific song titles. There's some really verbose ones in later games. There's some really long ones that like would fill up the entire fucking screen. We're not gonna get to it before the ad starts, but I'll show the next one before I do, because this is the other free one. And if you see the thumbnail, you'll probably guess why. Crazy Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah. It's basically just a medley of Christmas songs, and the medley was made by Ubisoft. It's a pretty good choreo, all things considered. You get a good variety of moves in, because you're basically dancing to 5 different Christmas songs. Let me guess, it's also not in Just Dance Unlimited. Or Just Dance Plus, it is in Just Dance Unlimited. Sure enough, it's not in Just Dance Plus. Just fuck the history, I guess. Fuck the old songs, just play the new ones. Just new stuff. Forget about our legacy. Forget about their legacy. Ubisoft isn't the one that made it, it's the team. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
We're almost done with Just Dance 1 and 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 songs left. 10 songs left, so should get through those relatively quickly. Probably won't take more than like a half hour. And then we'll be done with Just Dance 2, and we'll save Just Dance 3 and 4 for next time. I think this gives me a good pace of what we're gonna, how fast we're gonna go through these. I think I don't know when I'm gonna do the sessions of this, but I think doing 2A session is a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Especially since once we get to like 2015 and 2016 onward, the amount of DLC songs goes down immensely. Because Just Dance Unlimited will only toss out like around like 3 to 5 songs every 2 to 4 months. So that's like 6 songs at most, or 30 songs at, or 30 songs at most, 6 songs at least. I don't know. Math doesn't math, but like you get my point. They pump out less DLC songs because the whole point is that you have all the legacy songs.
Yeah. I have returned. I do not know if Star is back. So I will say you can subscribe to Star with Twitch Prime. You can also give head pats to the Star. Or forfeit all mortal possessions to the Star.
I am back. I'm freaking out a bit, apparently. There we go.
Oh.
Oh, yep. Now I'm on camera. I'm right here.
It happens. Twitch Prime, you say, yeah. You can subscribe to Green Power Star with Twitch Prime.
Are you plugging me?
Yeah.
You plugging me while I'm away?
Yeah.
Pat the fox.
Where? Thank you.
Alright. Right, Crazy Christmas. I was tempted to just say, like, oh, just stand to Santa Claus, but I feel like there are better options for that, because there's a lot of Christmas songs in this franchise. How many Christmas songs are in this franchise? Get me distracted on another side tangent to make us go down late another 2 hours. Christmas songs. How many Christmas songs? All I Want for Christmas Is You is not actually one. They didn't do that one. They almost did that one in 2014. They did not include it, so that one doesn't count. Crazy Christmas. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Jingle Bells. Jingle Bells Again. Last Christmas. Make It Jingle. Sleigh Ride. And Xmas Tree. So that's like, what, 8 songs? Counting Jingle Bells twice in 2 different versions, and counting All I Want for Christmas Is You not at all, because it wasn't in one. I guess I should only count Jingle Bells once, because I think it is the same vocals, just different choreo. So I'll just count that once. Why did the music stop? Yeah, YouTube? There you go. You know what's funny is that my current desktop background is the Just Dance 2 desktop background that I installed. Very funny. Crazy Christmas. I feel like this one just gets you hyperfixated on Christmas as a concept. Like, you're just so distracted thinking about Christmas and gifts and, like, what you want. You know what? You know what Crazy Christmas does, I think, as a stand? It gives you pyrovision, but it's specifically Christmas themed.
Oh,
Everything you see around you is seen through a Christmas layer. Imagine the moments where a store swaps to Christmas, but it's just that for you, and it's any time of the year. It makes you think it's December. Okay. Next is... This one's a Just Dance original. There were a few like that. Dagombo is a Just Dance original. But next is Skin to Skin. I feel like this one is just if something flesh touches something else with flesh, you are now stuck.
Same brain cell.
Like you are attacked. You are basically glued to that spot. So you must not touch anything else that is flesh with flesh. I think if you touch it with clothes, that's fair game. But like, if there is any exposed skin touching exposed skin, you are now stuck. I think that one My Hero Girl. What? I'm trying to think who you're even implying. Think about like the one that talks in like teenager lingo. The one with like the black cap and the black outfit. I don't know who has what that power that make. Oh, you're thinking of Momo. I think her name is.
Ah.
I can see where you're going with that. I think I'm gonna stick with the skin stuck to skin thing though. That sounds like a Jojo-esque problem. It's just like getting caught in an awkward position. That's basically like similar to what Bastet does, except you can only get stuck to things that are also flesh. So no awkward Joseph Abdul blowjobs.
Yeah. That's a sentence I have no context for, but it definitely caught me off guard.
Mom knocked on the door. Actually, she mentioned that I left my drink out, but that's because I'm still drinking the one from lunch today. So like, I can't drink 3 drinks at once because I also poured out some water.
I'm in some mood.
They put it in the fridge. It's probably fine. I hope they do. But even if they don't, I'm fine with drinking like watered down soda because the ice is not gonna last. But also, we're not gonna be here for too much longer. We've only got like about like what, a few songs left? A decent amount, but still. Next up, might finally be one with a transparent background. That'd be nice. Yeah, I think it's the only one with a transparent background, which is weird because you think they all would have it, but it's all like white or dark. It's the only one with a transparent background because it's You Can't Hurry Love. My first thought hearing this title and thinking of a stand power is that you have to physically put up a boundary around people who are not understanding of like they don't want your advances. Like, it's not just like telling them like, hey, I'm not interested. You have to literally put up a fence or like a force field and just be like, stay here for a bit until you sort yourself out. It's not really something you'd see in like a JoJo story from either a protagonist or an antagonist, but it's a funny power set that fits the theme of the song. You can't hurry love. No, you'll just have to wait, because love isn't easy. It's a game of give and take. I couldn't remember the rest of the lyrics. I think Phil Collins made a cover of this song.
Oh dang, really?
Yeah, this is not the version that's in this. The version that's in this is the one by the Supremes, but I believe, yeah, Phil Collins also did a cover of Can't Hurry Love. I heard it's good. It's been a bit since I've heard it, though. Alright, next. Why, oh why? Joy. The guy in this art looks like Markiplier.
Oh my god.
Which is funny because this was 2010. Markiplier wouldn't blow up for like another 4 years.
Markiplier wouldn't blow up.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Markiplier. He exploded. Killer Queen got him. And the vents to be shaped like a hand flipping the bird. Sure. Why oh why? Baby oh why? I don't know what you would get out of this one.
Just give someone an existential crisis.
Why? Oh, why? How about someone is only allowed to talk in questions? That's an interesting. Like, as someone who's tried playing the improv game questions, it's hard. It's hard. If they enforced the no non sequiturs rule, I would have been absolutely doomed. But because I was just like, what's that? Who are you? I don't know what anything is. Even though that last one's a sentence. Like, I stayed in for a good amount of time. But usually when people play that game, they enforce no non sequiturs. So it has to be on topic. You have to counter the question with another question. You can't just ignore their question. But I think that would be the this power, is that you would be stuck only able to ask questions. You cannot state facts. You cannot speak sentences. They have to be questions, which is surprisingly limiting. This is another one like Talking Heads, where it's like limiting communication, so it could be complementing a very dangerous stand. You were trying to get their attention. Another tricky one to figure out. American Boy. What would make a stand like American Boy? Like, that's just funny Valentine.
Yeah.
I don't think this one came to Just Dance Unlimited or Plus. If it's in Plus, that's nice. Yeah, sure enough, never came back. And it probably never will, in fairness, because, I mean, Kanye's on it.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah. But at least Estelle does really good on that song. Honestly, Estelle, like, if you just cut out the Kanye lyric, it might mess with the pacing, but it will not mess with the quality. Like, like, Estelle is what makes that song. Kanye's just was a bonus, quotations marks. That extra. Like his lyric is so small. I mostly am here for Estelle. What if it's a stand that's a football player? Just like you get attacked by like fucking charging Chuck over here.
Yeah.
Just a giant ass football player coming directly in your direction. I can't think of much else for American Boy, unless your stand was like Super Macho Man, I guess. Are you ready? Cause I'm gonna put on a show. God, I really do need to play through Punch Out Wii. I got halfway through the main campaign playing on Retro Book Club the other day.
Nice.
And that was even with doing Super Macho Man out of order. Like, I still finished off Bear Hugger as well, I think. So yeah, that's about 6 characters plus Macho Man. Because Macho Man's my favorite of the roster, I think. He's just got so many fun lines. Stand is just whole horse, but as a stand. It's like, hey, wait a minute. That's just me. Except I don't got my gun. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that's not just stereotypical because it says American Boy. I guess since the consensus in chat seems to be like cowboy themed, like make him kind of like I guess like a cowboy stand would be very fitting. They dual wield the pistols. Probably like a very good sharpshooter, very good shooting at long range. Very quick reflexes when it comes to gun work. Yeah, I can work with that. There's not much else this song is really giving us in terms of the title. The next one is also one that the title is unfortunate for making up a stand power because it's "Come On Eileen." I can't. I made the same. I made the joke when doing "Jerk It Out." I can't make this joke twice.
I mean, this is a complete sentence. I'm not going to elaborate.
Yeah, I'm aware.
This could really use a comma.
I mean, not that it's helped. Do you know the lyrics to "Come On Eileen"?
No.
Here, hold on.
I'm googling. Oh. Let's see.
Yeah.
To make a point about Catholic repression?
The chorus is "Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear. Well, he means at this moment, you mean everything. You in that dress. My thoughts I confess. Verge on dirty. Oh, come on, Eileen."
Mm-hmm.
Their thoughts verge on dirty. Come on, Eileen. It's a fun choreo. I think this one is also on Just Dance Plus. It got on Just Dance Unlimited very late in its lifespan, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is in Just Dance Plus because it was added to Just Dance Unlimited really late. I want to say it was added. When was this added to Just Dance Unlimited? Oh, do I have to scroll to Just Dance Unlimited to find out? Oh, fine. Others like you viewed Good Girl. Thanks. Fandom? Question mark.
Yeah?
Yeah, this was one of the last tracks they added. Come On Eileen was added to Just Dance Unlimited in March 2022. And then they added a few more songs after that. Louie Louie, Follow the White Rabbit, Bad Habits, Daisy, which I didn't know what that song was until after it was dead. Malibu, and Can't Hold Us, which is so insulting to add that as the last song of Just Dance Unlimited because they promised that on Just Dance Now from the start in 2014. What do you mean it took 8 years and it was basically dead on arrival? I like that song. It's a good song. Like The Ceiling Can't Hold Us.
Wow, this franchise is a mess.
Yeah. I so want to make a video going through the series for people who don't know the series. And if I do, I would commission a thumbnail where it's just it's that meme with Charlie Day in front of Pepe Sylvia, but it's me in front of the words Just Dance.
Yeah. Oh my god, what am I
His name
looking
keeps
at?
coming up. Just Dance Unlimited. Just Dance Unlimited. I open the door. What do I find out? There is no Just Dance Unlimited
Oh
on
my God.
the Nintendo Switch. And I go over to Ubisoft and I'm like, "You be Moose! You be Moose!" I open that door. What do I find out? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no UB Moose. I hope he still has a job there. I'm joking around. UB Moose, getting back into the Just Dance lore. UB Moose was like the main guy at Ubisoft who was constantly keeping Just Dance fans updated on Just Dance news. Like, he would be in every single announcement. I have not heard from that man since I want to say like 2018. I hope that guy's still doing okay, because he had such a nice vibe. And I know that's the point as a PR person, but like, if I remember right, like, he was very like participant in the Just Dance community. I might be misremembering because that was like a decade ago. But yeah, Moose Oda Cool is a former Just Dance ambassador. Thank you, Just Dance Wiki. Oh no! No wonder I haven't heard about him since 2018. Apparently he doesn't work there anymore. Well, I hope wherever he's working, he's having a good time. Cause like, dude was really, dude seemed really, like, he had a great energy when it came to the Just Dance videos that he did. It's a shame he doesn't work there anymore, but I can't be too surprised.
This is quickly turning into the Just Dance iceberg.
Well, luckily for me, someone's already got that covered. I would have done it if somebody hadn't first, but like, that video is pretty thorough.
Oh my god, it's 25 minutes.
I like that I made that UB Moose joke knowing that no one would have any context of who the hell that man is. No one knows who that is, because no one was playing Just Dance as obsessively. No one here was playing Just Dance as obsessively as I was in 2014, 2015, where Ubi Moose was like the most like active. That would be like if just like any of the like Just Dance tubers came in. Like any of the people that I follow, like Aslano or Niji Jojo or Migos Moo or Little Siha. I was hearing about what was her name? Fairy Dina, was that right? Fairy Dina. Yeah, Dina Just Dance, the Fairy Dina. Yeah. I didn't follow her stuff as much, but she also seemed nice. She was buds with Little Sia, so she gotta be cool. Anyway, back to Come On Eileen. I love ADHD sometimes.
You were sparing yourself from the inevitable.
Yeah. I could talk about Medi. I could talk about Medi. Anyone want to hear about Medi?
You cannot dodge. Oh, I can't word it that way. Sorry.
Do not touch the cum. I could talk about Am I getting his name right? I might be pronouncing it wrong.
You can't avoid the cum forever.
What was his name?
I'm so sorry.
This stream's gonna take fucking ages just because you get distracted on Just Dance lore. Fuck, what was his name? I am getting his name right? Medi? Yeah, Medi Kikuchi. That was his name, Medi Kikuchi. He was a Just Dance choreographer since Just Dance 3. I think he is still working there. I think they got him back. He did a lot of my favorite choreography. He was back recently. I don't know if it looks like he doesn't have any ones in a bit. Yeah, like he was in a documentary for 2023 edition, but he wasn't in 2023 edition. But like, he did a lot of my favorite choreographies. Like, basically every choreography that had Medi, I loved. I think the only one that I haven't played there on this list is Small Town Boy, and that's just because it was 2022, and that was when I kind of fell off it. But Medi's choreographies are great. They're some of my favorites. I might post them in the Discord server later, because, like, goddamn, are those some good choreos.
Ooh.
Like he did Pump It. Pump It's my favorite choreography from Just Dance 3. And he did You Spin Me Around Like a Record, which might be my favorite from 2015, but it's hard for me to choose. Dude's really good at what he does. Come on, Eileen.
You can't avoid it forever.
I can't. No, I can't think of any more obscure Just Dance rabbit holes to go down, other than that Smosh did a choreography for this once. They had Just Dance VIP and Smosh was one of them. And this was like 2014, 2015 Smosh, so it was Ian and Anthony. I mean, it's currently that again, I think, but like, it was just them. It wasn't like a team. Come on, Eileen.
You just keep like, oh my god. Oh, so how about that time?
All right. I don't know for this one. Anything that's not lewd.
I feel like rallied someone, but it only works on someone named Eileen.
I hate that my thought was just like, okay, Jailhouse Rock, Jailhouse Luck. Come on, Eileen. Come on, Irene. Irene is what they called Jolene. Come on, Eileen is what. Come on, Irene is what Anasui wants to do, or whatever they called him in like the reset. I forget what his name changed to. 'Cause I think all their names changed. I forget if it was just Jolene.
No, that's where it's in the Bible.
All right, Poochie.
I don't understand that reference.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's so funny. Because I bet if you were thinking of anything, you're probably thinking of the Simpsons character, and that's funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sai.
Oh, pat the Sai. I can't think of anything that's not lewd. I can't just hit the easy button, but it's the only button to hit.
Just gotta tear that band-aid off at some point, Star.
Fine. Since there's no better option, this is just a stand that makes you come. Fine. That feels like so creatively bankrupt, but I can't think of anything else for this name.
What if it only works if there's someone in Eileen present?
Oh my god. That would be such a situational stand. I'm just gonna leave it at it just makes you come. Because like some of these stands I've made are situational, but like that, if it was only around a specific named person, like you would not know you had a stand until you met like a person named that, and you'd be like, I never could meet another person named that ever again. Or I'm only allowed to interact with people named that, depending on who you are, I guess.
That'd be so awkward.
All right, we got 4 songs left. Let's see if I can keep my ADHD in check for 4 songs. Which is ironic, given this song is named Song 2. Again, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? It's literally just a song called a song! Like, even if I omitted the part of the song title that says that it's a song, like, then what? It's just 2! 2!
Song 2. Well, this has never come back.
What is Song 2 even about?
It's only on Just Dance Summer Party or Wii.
Yeah, because it's DLC.
Ah.
Summer Party and Best Of are a lot of the DLC tracks, but again, same for Greatest Hits and I forget what the other one is for. This one's probably not on Just Dance Plus either, even though it was on Just Dance Unlimited. I think. No, it wasn't. Wow.
Yeah, it was on nothing else.
Wow. Now, what was the other? I guess I won't know. I forgot that the Wii Shop channel went down as late as 2019.
Mm-hmm. Kept it going as like long
Extra
as.
Songs, that was the other one that I didn't list.
Mhm.
Just Dance Extra Songs, what a boring name. Summer Party's way better. We already used duplication as well for Louie Louie, so he can't do that again for song 2.
You know the arachnophobia mode in Lethal Company?
No, what is it?
It basically turns the spiders into the word spider.
Yeah?
So what if this just turns someone into the number 2?
What if it's just like what if it's like those Final Fantasy spells where it's like level blank and it's like if it's divisible by this number, it affects the person.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have an even numbered age, you're affected by a song.
So you have song, songra, and songara, and songaga.
Sanganga. Me? Songaga.
Walk right into that one.
When I feel heavy metal, I'm pins and needles. While I lie and I'm easy all the time, but I'm never sure why I need you. Pleased to meet you.
I feel like pins and needles is too easy.
I don't know. I mean, heavy metal, like, that's just Metallica again.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Got my head checked by Jumbo to just smack a plane onto somebody.
Listen, with Jojo, I'm surprised there's not a plane stand. There's stands that have attacked on planes, but I'm pretty sure there's not a plane stand.
A planned for short.
Jesus. I got my head. I need to check Genius for this shit. I don't know what this means. Woohoo!
Yeah. We only have 4 songs. This won't be that bad. It's the most cryptic songs on the entire set list.
I mean, I think the other ones are gonna be easy. Like the next one's gonna be I think this one is the only one of the 4 that's gonna be tricky.
Mm-hmm.
The other 3 are pretty straightforward. I think the only one of them might have a problem of redundancy, but that's about it. This, like many of the lyrics, doesn't appear to make much sense. Thanks, genius.
Some suggest the Woohoo is a parody of the iconic American Homer Simpson. Who wrote this?
I don't fucking know. The same person that put at HHH and in the description for idealistic, I guess. Song 2. I think what this is gonna be is that like you speak in cryptic rhymes. There's a lot of ones that are like change the way you speak or make you not speak at all, huh? A lot of talking head variants. But I don't know what else to do with song 2. Like, I guess it's a song you could listen to. But, like, those lyrics don't make any sense. There is no meaning to the lyrics. So I guess just you speak in nonsensical rhymes. I mean, that would be neat because there would be a puzzle to solve. Like, Jojo really likes plots that give the characters a puzzle to solve with the stand. Of like, what's happening here? I think you would speak nonsense that needs to be decrypted. Like, people would need to really read into what you're saying to understand what you're saying, because it's in, like, song lyrics. Actually, that's not a bad idea, just quoting song lyrics. That's just me. That stand is being used on me at all times. I am constantly spouting out song lyrics for no reason.
Mood.
I guess that fits more, is that you can only speak in song lyrics. That would be very interesting to see. Although very annoying to write or adapt.
What if it's only songs that have the number 2 in the title?
That is too hyper-specific. There are very few songs that have 2 in the title, even if you're going with, like, synonyms. Or homophones, that's the one that I'm looking for. Spice up your life. I feel like there are 2 different ways you could take this. This could be another heat one. You create some heat, or you could like literally attack people with spices, like paprika.
Well, attacking someone with a Satoshi Kon movie?
Jesus. It's funny that as soon as I said pepper, I sneezed. Alternatively, you could be attacked by what is it, Neil Patrick Harris?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a certified Neil Patrick Harris movie.
You know, he did not know how big a deal that song was to the UK. So let's see. Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Despite it being Spice Girls, which you know is like a really big thing in the UK. But yeah, I guess just like like it could also be like thrill seeking. I don't know, the idea of attacking with spices sounds fun. Just spice power, pocket sand. Yeah.
God damn it.
Gotcha. Psychic but funny. Yeah, I like that one best, I think. There's a lot of really good options with Spice. Spice Up Your Life has a variety of different options that you could really go with that would still feel satisfying, but I think that's the one I'm going to pick. But there is no wrong answer, so if you disagree, that's fine. It's all improvisation. Now, here's another one that might be a little bit redundant. Here comes the hot stepper. There's a rabbit, by the way. Funny. Little guy. I mean, the thing that I was thinking of is, like, again, with the, like, wherever you step is just, like, hot. But, like, we already did that one. We technically did it twice with Step by Step and, or not Step by Step, but I forget which songs we did it, but it was, like, 2 other songs where you had to, like, keep moving forward. You could not stand still. Move your feet and, like, something else. There's another song where it's just, like, you cannot, you have to keep moving. Or you can't move your feet, rather. You have to keep, like, moving forward.
Is the assumption that the dancers are like what the stand looks like?
No, that's just for visual aid, so it's not just me filling the screen. But you can imagine that the stand users or the stands themselves are the guy in the icon.
So
like
funny.
that's your call. Like I could see with how goofy a lot of the coaches are, like I could see them as stands. Like there's some ones in the later games, like one of the dancers in one of the games is just Slimer. You just dance as Slimer.
Hell yeah.
What?
I don't know what those words mean in that order.
From Ghostbusters.
Oh. I do wish my stand could be Ari from League of Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, this is gonna be interesting when I get to pop stars and That other one. Here comes the hot stepper. I guess just to again put a different spin on ground hot when step foot floor. The stand user creates a path of like heat or lava or so like some like when they are in the vicinity things get hotter. You like physically hotter. You cannot stand near this person without getting hotter. There we go. We're getting somewhere. If you are within a certain radius of the stand user, things will get hot, and the closer you get to the stand user, the hotter things get, but they don't feel the heat because they are the stand user. There we go. We got somewhere with that one. And it's not the same as the other two where it's just like hot foot, feet hot. Ow, owie. And then the last one. This is the last one after fucking almost 7 hours. Oh my god, I guess it was a good thing I put this on the weekend. That's going to be very interesting for all the other games in this lineup.
Yeah.
Although, like I said, it should be a lot easier going forward for DLC, because 3 might have as much as 2 does, but I don't know if 4 through 2015 do, and I don't think any of the unlimited stuff has nearly as much. I don't think, anyway. So yeah. Last one for today is moving on up. I feel like this should just be like a basic flight stand. Like, kind of like the anti-gravity guy, but like you can control it more. It's not necessarily anti-gravity so much as like lack of gravity. Because anti-gravity implies like you're just floating around aimlessly. It's more like how like Superman flies, where you can have like delicate control of it. Like, I guess it would be like I don't know how you make that a physical stand, like maybe a jetpack or just a guy that carries you. And most stands can fly, so this is not that significant, I suppose.
Also, I was thinking Gravity Rush, where instead of flying, gravity just shifts direction.
Alternatively, you could just, like, teleport upwards, which feels very, like, why would you need that? But, like, imagine having to deal with a staircase or a long elevator wait, and you just teleport up floors. That being said, you still have to wait to go down, so, like... It could also just be that you're just, like, so skilled. It helps you learn skills faster so that you are moving on up in terms of your social status. But I don't know. I think out of all these, I like the basic flight one more. I don't know. It feels like a lot of stands can fly, so maybe that feels a bit pointless. But, like, the teleportation one is, like, too niche, and the job one is, like, too confusing, even by Jojo stand. It's just like, okay, but why would you want that?
It's a stand that helps you with your resume.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, great. I get a magic man, and all he does is just tell me how to apply myself. Great. I just get a life coach stand. Great. I mean, there are worse stands to get, I suppose. Getting a life coach is better than getting one that kills you if anyone sees your back.
Wait, is that real or something else?
That's real. That's a real stand. That's called Cheap Trick. If they see your back, you die, and it passes on to the person who saw it.
That sucks.
And that's even if you can't see stands. Even if you can't see stands, you can't have people see your back. And it counts for people who can't see stands see your back as well. They don't have to see the stand, they just have to see your back when the stand needs to be on it. But yeah, that's the last one. I guess since we're almost at the top of the hour, let me see how many songs are in the next one. It should be just a number at the top of the pages. So let's see how many are in Just Dance 3 and 4 for next time. 53 tracks in base game for Just Dance 3. Not doing that because those are... Okay, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 additional unique songs in the unlockables. And these are all mashups, so none of those should be new songs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Maybe 5. I don't know if I count that one, but I'll figure that out later. 6, 7, 8. No. Go away, you. 9, 10, 11. Looks like 11 DLC songs that are new. So there's a lot less DLC that's new. That's noteworthy. But there's also a lot more songs in base game Just Dance 3. Like there's 50 something plus all the extra unlockable songs that are not counted with the mainline songs, but are still definitely a part of the package. And then as for 4 should have less. So 4 has the interesting situation of the Just Sweat routines, which I also don't know what I'm gonna do with because it's like only in those games. So 50 total songs plus to remove songs so those don't count. Alternate routines, those don't count either. Mashups, those don't count because they're all the same songs. Puppet Master modes don't count. Neither do the battles because those are just 2 of songs in the main track lineup. 5 Just Sweat routines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 DLC tracks. Okay, so there is a lot less DLC going into the future ones because it's more like 10 to 15 instead of like 20 to 25. But the track lists themselves are pretty big because both of them have about 50 something. So that's still like 100 plus songs to get through next time we do this. But hey, it might be shorter. It might be shorter, given we'll have to see what the song titles are, because some of these song titles might be easier, some of these might be harder. I know one of them is the lazy song, so we have the same problem of it saying specifically in the song title that it is a song. So how do you make a stand out of that? But that's Future Star's problem for whenever she tackles 3 and 4.
Yeah.
You just want to stream stuff. Sketch for the week. Tomorrow, doing a sub choice. I might as well say what it is, just in case I don't get that schedule out, because it'll be tomorrow. Nick's picked Ratchet and Clank for PS4, as in the one based off the movie, not the original. Monday is Gaggle. We should be doing some Classic Concentration. Tuesday and Thursday are both Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Wednesday's a break. Friday is more Final Fantasy XIV with Freeze. We'll be doing the finale of Heavensward, so that'll be neat. And then next weekend, Xenoblade should be back? Question mark? I can't think of anything that would interrupt it, but then again, I couldn't think of anything that would interrupt it this week, and then the sub choice landed on it, so oopsie. At least we got this out of the way, thanks to that. Now we just gotta figure out how to do the other, like, 8 sessions of this we got to do. Because there's, like, 16 total games. Oopsie, uh-oh. Uh-oh, oopsie. I didn't think this through. What a surprise. Green Power Star not thinking through things again. At least this is going to be less stressful than Superman or Chaos Edition.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I do like one a month, I could probably catch up. That seems like a good idea. I'll do the Just Dance stuff once a month for this. It'll have to be a weekend spot though. So
Yeah.
I guess whenever there's a weekend free, we can toss this in. You can updates on any changes to the schedule right here in the Discord. That's our updates from me to you guys. Feedback from you guys to me. General discussion. That's our updates from me to you guys. Feedback from you guys to me. General discussion of streams as a whole. I also have a follow and a sub button. Follow the updates. I want to go live wherever you get your Twitch notifications. Sub down support where you get some nice emotes as well as your potential choice of game at the end of the month. Plus a bonus one if we're above 24 subscribers, which we currently are. So if we stay that way by the 13th of July. Correct. I'll roll a bonus one. So if you're subscribed on the 13th and we stay above 24 subscribers, you could be eligible. With all that out of the way, let's find somebody to raid. It's gonna be so fun, like dumping lore about Just Dance 4 in 2014 and 2015, because that's really where I start to know things. I know things about 1, 2, and 3, but like 1 I got into late. 2 I hated at the time because I was like, oh, I want to play Mario Super Sluggers. Fuck this game. And 3 I played but didn't like because the track list didn't agree with me. 4 and 2014 were where I really started getting on board. Who do I follow that knows Just Dance or stands?
I like I had a bit all ready to go, and it's like, oh wait, that's Just Dance 2022. This is gonna be a bit.
yeah. It's like 8 months later.
I mean, I can say it because it's like gonna be so long, but it's gonna. As soon as like KDA came up, I was gonna be like, hi, I'm here. My hyperfixation's been activated, but again, that'll be so long from now. I probably will forget to do it then anyway.
Mashed potato Green Lantern is a good one. I will send you to this person because they are doing a charity thing.
Ooh.
They're doing VTuber SummerSlam. And they're doing art too. It looks like question mark. It says crowd control in the title, but it's tagged under art, so shrug.
Sheriff T.
We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Montaru, who seems to be doing art, but the title says crowd control, so it's one of those two things. Maybe both, who knows? But yeah, I'm gonna send y'all his way with mashed potato Green Lantern, because I like that raid message suggestion. After that, I'll see y'all tomorrow for Ratchet and Clank. Until then, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.